Good evening, everyone. Tonight is a regular meeting of the South Kingstown Planning Board. The date is Tuesday, November 25th, 2025. The time is 6:34 p.m. Our first agenda item is roll call. Susan Axelrod.
Here.
Liz Karp. Here. Joe Murphy. Here. Robin Pothier. Here. Caper Wilson. Here. Armand Monaco is absent. And Maria Mack is here. Our next agenda item, before we get to the main agenda, is approval of minutes, October 16th, 2025, regular session, work session minutes, October 28th, 2025, regular session minutes. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes? If there are none, would someone like to make a motion for approval? We have a motion from Liz. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Susan. Any further discussion?
I would just like to remark for the staff and planning that these minutes I thought were excellent, and I really like the comprehensive nature of these minutes. So just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Jamie, before we begin, for the folks in the audience, do we have any changes to the agenda this evening for which people might be here?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have two items that I'd like to report out on. Under the Planning Board's agenda, item number E, recommendations to Town Council. 1, zoning map and text amendment. This is associated with the Peacedale Preserve. And I propose, again, map change and zoning change to create a new special management district. The applicant has been in communication with both Peter Schwartz and I today, and they're asking that the planning board, when they come to this agenda item, table it until your scheduled December 9th planning board meeting. I know initially it was either a combination meeting or a work session, but they're asking you to table that to give them adequate time to meet with staff and our legal counsel on the proposed amendments.
Okay. It was supposed to be a work session. It sounds as though it may become a combined session. Would someone like make a motion to continue this or to table this item?
Before we make that motion, is there a timeline on this? I mean, will giving that extension impact the timeline in any way?
So there is a timeline set by statute. It's not like development applications where they'll be granted by default if you don't meet the timeline, but the statute does direct you to try to stay within a time frame.
And what would that time frame be here?
Let me just 45 days from receipt to get it to the council.
So to be clear, Peter, it would be 45 days from when the board actually hears this item, rather than from tonight?
No, I believe it's 45 days from when they file their application. Granted, there's no penalty if you don't meet the 45-day deadline, but that is the deadline that's set out in the statute.
So, Madam Chair, we were well within the time frame to move this to your December 9th meeting.
Yes, but is that date of receipt the date that we received the packet that we've already reviewed, or date of receipt from their next submission?
It's date of submission of the application when it comes into the planning department. So
Has that occurred?
that has occurred, but the 45 days will not lapse prior to your December 9th, 2025 meeting.
So
What's the start?
Hold on.
So it was received on November 6th, so the 45-day timeline times out at December 22nd, which means December 9th would be the only time you would have to review it before the end of the 45-day period.
So if we table this to our December 9th meeting, can we put the applicant on notice that there may be additional time frame that we require, since we've now shortened the time frame for ourselves by 2 weeks?
We can definitely let them know that. I know that they're trying to move this as quickly as possible. So it may be that they come back on the 9th, and if you're not ready, they may ask just for not a positive recommendation, but, that will be up to them to decide at the time. I know that they have some other deadlines that they're trying to pursue on this, so I'll let them address that when they get before us on the 9th.
So should that not be part of our motion to table it?
I think at this point, you could just take the motion to table it to the 9th. And, the clock of the 45 days begins ticking to the extent it matters as soon as they file their application. But again, there's no penalty if you don't meet the 45 days.
So again, Madam Chair, just as a matter of administrative, we're still on agenda item C. I think it would be appropriate to move, entertain a motion to move agenda item E for discussion and action on.
Yes.
And then also under that, agenda item C2, which was 571 Main Street. That's subject of a public hearing tonight, and you do have a request for a continuance to January 27th. So it may be appropriate to move agenda item E up in the agenda and C2 up in the agenda. Take those two administrative items.
Are board members okay with moving those two items?
Yes.
Very good. Let's begin with E, since that's the first one that was brought up. They are asking for this to be tabled until our December 9th meeting. However, we only have until December 22nd to make a decision, and we will only have the one meeting in December. Joe?
I'll make the motion that we table it with the understanding that if we need the extension, the applicant grants us a extension for our deliberations equal to the amount of time of their delay. Ask staff to let the applicant know that that is part of our approval, and that if we don't get the extension, it could negatively affect the decision on our deliberations.
Thank you, Joe. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
A second from Caper. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So for anyone who is here for the zoning map and text amendment, Peacedale Preserve, that will be discussed on December 9th. The other item that has been moved up is a public hearing on 571 Main Street, change to a previously approved plan. The applicant is requesting continuance to January 27th, 2026. I believe his representative is here.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Matthew Landry on behalf of the applicant. I appreciate your patience with this application. I know it's been continued a number of times. A couple of months ago, we came before you with just a high-level overview of some of the substantive changes with this project. They're all positive changes and much in line with some of the comments received at the initial public hearing. Reduction in density, bringing back the smaller courtyard design. But one of the major changes as part of this was moving the roadway and adjustments to where the wetlands are in the rear of the property. DEM had engaged a new permitting process over the summer. There was significant delays with that and the submission of the new materials to DEM for their review. We were hesitant to move forward until we knew DEM would sign off on the redesign and verify the wetland edges. That's all been completed. So the good news is we're assembling the resubmittal package for your review. We'll need some additional time for TRC and staff, obviously, to review the comments. I believe that at the last request for continuance, there was a request by the board that we renotice this and re-advertise it. We have no problem with that. We will certainly do that in advance of the January hearing.
Thank you. Would someone like to make a motion to continue this item to the January 27th, 2026 meeting?
So moved.
We have a motion from Joe. Do we have a second? Second from Liz. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. So anyone out there, if you're here for 571 Main Street, come back January 27th. Back to our regular agenda order. Next agenda item is conceptual master plan decision, major land development project, South County Commons, District 5 apartments. Is there anyone representing the applicant?
Good evening again, Madam Chair. Attorney Matthew Landry on behalf of the applicant. You may recall this is for the South County Commons District 5 comprehensive permit application. This went on appeal to the State Housing Appeals Board in December of 2023 before they were dissolved. The SHAB board had overturned the denial of the planning board. So the operative date for vesting purposes was December 22nd, I believe, 2023. We're respectfully requesting a continuance under the statute, which allows 2 one-year extensions by right. We do expect a preliminary plan application sometime in mid-December, January, but out of an abundance of caution, we're asking for the 1-year continuance.
I have a question. If this is as of right, why do you need our approval?
That's a good question. The statute requires that the applicant make the request in writing and appear before the board, but it is by right. I think it's just to provide the board with some context behind the request.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer, and I also appreciate the notice.
Anything else from anyone? Would someone like to make that motion?
No, it's as of right.
Right, but we still have to,
I'm not making a motion.
we still have to vote to continue it. Susan? Motion?
Moved.
We have a motion from Joe. Do we have a second? We need a second in order to comply with their extension request. Liz, thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nays?
I'm abstaining.
1 abstention. Next agenda item is a public hearing, major land development, conceptual master plan, comprehensive permit, lofts on fairgrounds.
Good evening, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Kelly Morrisell.
Make sure your mic is on.
There we go. Okay, again, good evening. For the record, my name is Kelly Morris-Salvatore. As you know, Madam Chair, we were here last month. We gave a pretty lengthy presentation on this matter. We want to respect the board's time tonight. I know you have a lot going on your agenda. I have communicated with staff about what we'd like to do tonight. The first thing that we'd like to do is respond to the planning board members' comments as well as some of the public input that was communicated at the last meeting. And we're going to do that with our principal representative, Jonathan Fox, from the applicant. We also have Melina Lodge, who is our proposed monitoring agent, and she is here to generally provide information and education regarding housing, which we believe will respond to a couple of the comments from the last meeting. We have Tom Sweeney, who is a real estate broker and appraiser. He is here to present to you regarding the comments regarding industrial uses that you may remember from last month's meeting, as well as the financial feasibility of this project. And then finally, our architect, David Berryman, will present additional video and massing perspectives that we believe present additional support for this proposed development. We also have Eric Prevey here to answer any questions. We weren't going to present him again.
Please keep in mind that we have a lengthy agenda this evening, that the public had to wait, 3-4 hours before they were able to speak at the last meeting, and we'd like to be able to have them have a chance to do so. And to that end, it's always helpful for the board if any new information is provided in advance so that we can also have a chance to look
Yes.
at same.
Yes. And we don't expect a decision tonight. In fact, your Affordable Housing Commission met on this, and we understand that they will be providing a positive recommendation on the project at your next meeting.
Advisory in nature, yes.
Yes. So if Jonathan Fox wants to come up now.
Madam Chair, for the record, I'm Jonathan Fox. I work for the owner-developer. I appreciate the opportunity to be here before this planning board to discuss this project once again. I'll start with a reminder that we're a family-owned business with a long-term perspective and are committed to this community over the long run. We believe that this project delivers a genuine win-win both for us and for South Kingstown. We've shared our plans with several local business owners, employers, and community leaders, and the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. We often hear responses such as, "This is exactly what South Kingstown needs and the right location for it." Among the housing needs that we've identified are young adults who have been raised in town who can't afford to stay or return here, South County Hospital struggling to recruit, retain medical, nursing, clinical, and clerical staff due to housing shortages, URI faculty, staff, and graduate students facing similar challenges, NORPAC's own employees and other local workers lacking attainable options, and empty nesters in town lacking appropriate downsizing opportunities. We engaged the firm Colliers to conduct a market research study for us, and that final report confirms that there is strong demand across all these various groups. Our vision for this project is not just to build a standard apartment complex, but we envision a first-class residential community with high-end amenities. It will offer lifestyle options that are not currently available in the area for people who are unable to buy a single-family home. The project includes, as you know, 78 deed-restricted affordable units, helping move the town toward its 10% affordable housing requirement. Our approach has always been collaborative. This is a project the community needs, and we want to deliver it responsibly. We were encouraged by early feedback from town staff, community leaders, and this planning board pre-app. We found overall comments were very favorable, and we could work with the planning board and staff on those few areas of concern. We later held a neighborhood meeting, inviting more homes than would typically be required, because we wanted to hear their concerns directly. And we have made some meaningful program changes in response to some of those concerns. With respect to the October 28 meeting, respectfully, we were surprised and somewhat disappointed by several comments in the overall tone of that meeting. And I'd like to discuss a few points tonight. Someone had said that they felt misled about the project's scale, noting that we had previously characterized the site as mainly industrial with a small amount of housing. That would not have come from us. We have always been transparent about all aspects of this project, including its intended scale. In fact, at the pre-app meeting, the plan at that point was for 327 units. The current plan has now been reduced to 311. And incidentally, the pre-app plan included some on-street parking spaces that were intended to handle temporary overflow needs. Staff felt this might be helpful, and we were willing to do it. At the October 28 meeting, there seemed to be some concern about this parking, which was never included in any of our counts. I would suggest that if the planning board doesn't see any real benefit to these spaces, we'd be happy to remove them from the plan. The main objection that we heard on the October 28th meeting was it just feels too dense. This appears to be a very emotional but an understandable reaction. But let's consider the real impacts that you might be concerned about. First, the main benefit of density is housing. It creates a meaningful supply of both affordable, with a capital A, and market rate attainable, with a lowercase a, units. It allows for high quality construction, amenities, and long-term community value. We'll address a few of the perceived concerns that we heard on October the 28th. First, visual impact, scale, massing. This project was designed to minimize the perceived scale. We start with a 2-story amenity building along the frontage, followed by a 3-story behind it, and by the time you get to the first 4-story building, it's more than 500 feet from Fairgrounds Road. David Berryman will present some simulations this evening that clearly illustrate the success of these efforts towards minimizing the massing. And you'll see that this project is not really overwhelming, and that the existing industrial building actually blocks much of that view. The simulations also show that views from Chickasha are far from overwhelming, given the building setbacks that we've incorporated, together with existing landscaping and additional buffering that we intend to provide. And by the way, we'd be open to working with immediate neighbors on potential additional screening to the extent that they feel it necessary before preliminary approvals. Other issues that we've heard about: traffic. We've got an analysis by Paul Bannon that shows that the impacts will be relatively nominal and certainly way below those associated with the historical industrial use on the site. School capacity. Joe Lombardo's report indicates minimal student generation due largely to our unit mix. A lot of studio and one-bedroom units. The report notes that local schools have significant excess capacity. In fact, system-wide enrollment is down more than 30% over the past 10 years. Molina Lodge will address the statistics relating to school-aged children in affordable rental units. We certainly don't expect any from the studio or one-bedroom units that we talked about, but I would caution against conflating 80% AMI residents with Section 8 or lower income tenants when comparing experiences. Concerns were raised with respect to infrastructure and environment. Depreet Engineering is coordinating with DPS, and the early indications, at least for water and sewer, are very positive. And this is reasonable given the extent of the prior use on the site. Eric Prevey reports that Chris Champy of Kingston Water has indicated there's plenty of capacity and the project will not negatively impact future development in the Kingston Water District. We hear about undergraduate housing being of concern. It's not our intent, it's not our interest, it's not our business model. We're not investing well over $100 million into this project to create an upscale community that we can all be proud of, only to have it function as off-campus undergraduate housing. So why is the density necessary? The economics of this project are extremely
Could I
tight.
just interrupt you for a second? I just want to mention that Armand Monaco has arrived. That's okay. Please continue.
Sure. The economics of this project are extremely tight. Without the proposed density, the project does not financially pencil out. An independent analysis by Tom Sweeney and Eric Schultheis of Sweeney Real Estate and Appraisal concludes, and I'll quote, "Without the increased density, the project's financial feasibility further deteriorates, rendering it non-viable." Even with the current density, by most traditional measures, the project is not viable already. We believe we're in a sense a kind of a unicorn here. This property sat essentially vacant for years before we came around, and our ability to take this on is unique. We've got an industrial interest in NORPAC. We've got deep real estate management and development experience. We've got a long-term perspective that alleviates the pressure to recycle investors' funds as soon as a property leases up. Simply stated, our financial goals are different. And of course, we already own the property. We don't believe another developer would deliver a project of this quality or scope under the current market conditions. And just a word on increasing affordable units. One board member had suggested on October 28 that raising the number of affordable units might be something that this board could get behind. Unfortunately, a substantial increase in the affordable percentage would directly reduce rental income and again threaten the project's viability. In conclusion, I would say that if South Kingstown is committed to expanding housing options, especially affordable, we believe this project provides a rare opportunity to do so. However, further reducing density or significantly increasing the percentage of affordable units would render the project non-viable. We look forward to working together collaboratively with this planning board and the town to make this a win-win for everybody. Thank you very much.
Before you leave, a few comments, questions on your initial statement. At the pre-application stage of review, the representative of the project said that they had not planned initially to do any housing whatsoever. It was to be industrial as they were moving their business from New Jersey to South Kingstown, and that they actually, it was suggested to them by a member of the Board of Commerce RI that they should do housing.
That's
So-
correct.
Yes, we need to make sure that's clear. What businesses did you folks meet with and community leaders that you made reference to?
We met with several. We met with people with board members from South County Hospital, from URI. We met with the family from Arnold Lumber. There were others, it's not coming to mind at the moment. Okay?
We met with planning staff.
Just restate your name,
Sorry,
please.
Kelly Morris Salvatore. We met with the town manager, we met with planning staff several times.
Just
I
wondering
think
what,
that's it.
yes, the leaders, but also what businesses, particularly those who are adjacent to the site, you met with?
Well,
Because obviously-
I can't name the businesses, but there were businesses at the neighborhood meeting. Do you remember the names? I
I
talked to
don't.
some of them. They were very positive about the project, the ones that were at the neighborhood meeting. But yeah, South County, I mean, they made specific introductions with South County Hospital, Arnold Lumber, separately.
Thank you.
The meetings that I was referencing were individual meetings that took place either in our offices or their offices, and we went through a presentation showing them top to bottom what the project was all about and what we were hoping to do here and how it would work out.
So individual meetings with other folks who weren't necessarily abutters to the project?
That's
Such as-
correct. They were not necessarily abutters to the project. They were neighbors and business leaders, including people like Arnold Lumber right up the street, University of Rhode Island, a mile away, and others.
Okay. A couple of other things that you mentioned that I think should be clarified. You said that the fact that planning board members said that the project was too dense was emotional. That's not an appropriate comment. This board reviews projects all the time, and they look at the merits. They try to look at how it fits in relation to our regulatory environment, our comprehensive community plan. That's an unfair statement.
I apologize.
The other thing is that this board is also aware of housing being a priority concern, in addition to the other aspects of things that we review. So that includes traffic, capacity, water, and so on. Since we are pretty aware of housing-related issues, we do understand the difference between 80% AMI and Section 8 housing. Does anyone else have any comments or questions for Mr. Fox? Liz?
I have a question. One of the things you mentioned is that there's no intention of making this URI housing. How are you going to implement that doesn't become student housing?
Well, I mean, there are a number of things that we're considering. We haven't made any firm conclusions yet. Some of that depends on a variety of factors. One of the things that we're contemplating is minimum lease lengths, things like that.
I don't understand. Would you clarify what you mean by minimum lease lengths?
Sure. There are a number of housing options that would be willing to lease to students for example, a semester at a time, or perhaps an 8-month period of time so that they could stay in the units while they're in classes and then not need to lease out through the summer. We have been told numerous times that by providing minimum 12-month leases that highly discourages undergraduate students from renting those units, at least initial leases. Right?
Okay, thank you.
Armand?
You indicated that the number of units you're asking for is what makes this project viable. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In your submissions, you reference a project in New London, Connecticut, as an example of a similar type unit. Do you know what their occupancy rate is?
I'm not aware of a project in New London.
I think you'd have to remind us.
Just restate your name.
Oh,
Thank
Kelly
you.
Morris Salvatore. I think you'd have to remind us of what we were referencing. I don't think any of us.
Well, my notes say HH. I got to look up what my notes referenced HH.
We wouldn't have done that.
And I think Mr. Lombardo's, I think it was in Mr. Lombardo's report.
Perhaps they can research this and get back to us
Yeah.
on that particular item.
Okay, so your request today is based on the economic viability. That's what determines the number that you're asking for, even though you're asking for a very exception that's high multiple of what the zoning code. And so how do you correlate your request with the comprehensive plan?
We had Doug McLean testify regarding the consistency with the affordable housing plan, which is the standard today.
So you're not suggesting that the sole criteria is the affordability housing,
As opposed to what?
as opposed to the overlay along with the comprehensive plan?
So the standard for approval today is compatibility with the affordable housing plan,
Right.
not the comprehensive plan.
So that's the sole criteria that you're relying on?
Well, it's one of several, but you're asking me about the comprehensive plan.
Right.
It's the affordable housing plan that we have to comply with, which Mr. McLean testified to at the last meeting. And he'll be back on December 9th if you want to ask him more questions. He's the expert on this.
Okay.
And again, just to clarify, you were talking about the affordable housing plan contained within the housing element of the comprehensive plan, not necessarily other elements of the comprehensive plan, correct?
Correct.
Any other questions for Mr. Fox? Robin?
No, I don't have any questions in particular. I would just like to remind the board how outside of our zoning regulations that this proposal is in terms of, so many bulleted items. Loft commercial artist is not this type of housing, right? So residential is not allowed in this area to begin with. The maximum building height of 40 feet in this area, you far exceed by 19 feet. If you look at the subdivision and land development regulations, it doesn't comply with several multi-household land development project restrictions. Multi-household land development projects can only be located in zoning districts where they are permitted. So just another way that this does not fit our comprehensive plan at all. Screening requirements, front yard setbacks, density requirements. The best that you really should be asking for under a comprehensive permit would be a much more modest density increase and would allow you for 12 units per acre, and you're asking for a density of 28.6, 29 units per acre. It's just grossly out of compliance with our comprehensive plan and what we picture for our town. It's our purpose as a board to... It is our purpose as a board to protect our community's identity, to preserve the quality of home ownership for our residents, and that means that the scale of development and the use of land should comply with this goal as stated in our comprehensive plan. I also am concerned with The proposed retail use, you've said nothing about what that retail use would be, and how that is part of multi-household developments. I don't really see the alignment there. Parking lot and driveway setbacks don't comply. Minimum distance between buildings, 50 feet, you're going to reduce it to 25 feet. The air's merely going to move through there. Floor area of accessory uses limited to 2.5%, total residential floor area with a maximum of 800 square feet per structure. 10% of developable area must be dedicated as open space. I don't see that being met. While a comprehensive permit allows the applicant to deviate from our plan, this project appears excessive and exploitive. Considering how little industrial zone we have, I think it is prudent to reserve it and hope that it may offer job opportunities to our residents. Considering how the capacity of our train station parking area is already stressed, I don't believe a development aimed at being a railway transportation hub improves our community. Considering our limited water resources, as well as the upcoming increase in URI housing by 700 beds, I think that the density of any new project be less extreme on the use of our resources, both natural resources and infrastructure. Much of that I said at the last meeting, but I don't see any change in your plans. And you're saying that this project is not feasible without this kind of density, so maybe this project just really isn't feasible.
Madam Chair, if I could respond.
Yes, and I do want to give other board members a chance to speak.
Yeah, I
Please
mean,
continue.
obviously, this is a comprehensive permit application, which is permitted by state law. We are asking for waivers. This board has to follow the standards for approval, which do not include the comprehensive plan that the member refers to. You need to balance the state's need for housing, and particularly affordable housing, with the waivers. Feasibility is another issue that Mr. Sweeney is going to talk about. This project, as Mr. Fox said, and Mr. Sweeney is going to reiterate, is not feasible without the type of density we're looking at. What we're asking you to do tonight is listen to the three experts that we have here, and Mr. Berryman is going to show you more video about what you're actually going to see on Fairgrounds Road, on Chickasha, and he's also going to show you some massing strategies that you will see there's really not a lot of impact, especially compared to industrial. Mr. Sweeney is also going to talk about the industrial use of the property and the need and demand for industrial uses in South Kingstown. So you're going to hear all about this tonight.
Caper.
I think these questions are a little more minor. You mentioned that you were reducing the plan to 311 units from the prior number. Is there also a reduction in the number of affordable housing units, and if so, by how many?
So it's a affordable housing project that is proposing 25% affordable housing under the comprehensive plan permit statute. So the number that was 327 has been reduced to 311, so that number has been reduced, yes.
So what's the ultimate number of affordable housing units that we're looking at?
78. And the way I would describe those 78 is 10% of those, or about 31 units, will cover this development, the 10%. You won't be going back down on your 10%. The remaining 47 or so units are going to put a bigger dent into the number of units that you are required to provide under the 10% goal, the state goal.
Yeah,
So you're getting quite a few units.
What's the percentage improvement that we're getting?
15% of your year-round units. So you've got 10% that's status quo with this development. You're getting an additional 15% towards your
I
year.
understand that we're getting an additional 15%, but how does that move the dial on our current percentage is around 5 plus? Yeah.
It's 47 units. I mean, the numbers are always moving because you're approving developments on a continuous basis, but it's 47 units,
Okay.
so that's quite a bit.
And then you also mentioned that this is and I hope I made the notes correctly, but I think you said it was a first-class real estate development with high-end amenities, and those high-end amenities are also available to all of the tenants in the affordable units, is that correct?
Yes, of course, of course.
At an additional cost or as part of their,
Well, there are certain things that would be an additional cost. You see garage, and like indoor garages on the site, those would be an additional cost. I don't know if you've come up with your whole program at this point.
No, we haven't completed the entire program, but I think that by requirements, it's a total approved housing dollar amount that we cannot exceed for the affordable units. It's not just the base rent, it's also the cost of other, I'm not entirely sure what's in that mix, but it goes beyond the base rent to ensure that affordable means affordable.
so they'd have access to the same recreational facilities?
Yes.
And we don't envision additional charges for the recreational facilities. There will be additional charges for certain other amenities, such as garages, additional storage units, things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Susan?
Hi, I have a couple of questions. I think everyone is concerned about this becoming off-campus housing for undergraduate students. And I don't feel like a 12-month lease is a deterrent to having those students, because there are an awful lot of kids at URI who do have year-round rentals that they simply abandon for the summer, but it's a great spot to store their stuff until they come back in the fall. So calling it a 12-month lease means the richer kids will just pay 12 months of rent, live in it for 8.5 months, and then just leave their junk there for the summer, or come and visit it in the summertime and vacation in Rhode Island. So I don't know if that's an adequate deterrent to having URI Dorm West on your property, which would be an absolute crushing detriment to that neighborhood.
I mean, you heard my client say that they do not want this to be URI West or South, but their program is to have adults, maybe graduate students, but professors, nurses, clinical workers at South County Hospital, employees of NORPAC. That's what they are going to be focusing on.
But if I don't, so, no offense, if we don't have that in writing,
I don't think that you can restrict to a certain type of person. You may
Right.
get, I'm not going to say that there won't be one URI student in there, but my client doesn't want to attract a dorm-style property. They have their business there. So they don't want a dorm-type environment there. That's not what they're looking for. This is a family-owned business that wants to run a great apartment complex where adults can live there. That's what they want to do.
I agree, and I would think if I was an adult living there, I wouldn't want,
Right.
Animal House next door to me.
No. Right.
But what's the recourse? When your own tenants are unhappy with who you're renting to, that's going to be a problem for you.
It will.
When the neighbors are having that struggle, that's going to be our problem, or the town's problem, or the police department's problem. That's not going to be your problem. So I think I'm at least concerned about some way to forestall that problem, which will be the neighborhood's problem. I mean, are the neighbors calling the police every time something's going on, or how can this be addressed in such a way that the people who live in that neighborhood aren't living?
I mean, you are respectfully talking about a hypothetical. We've said over and over that we do not want this to be a dorm. This owner does not want this to be a dorm environment, and they are going to seek out tenants that have jobs, are adults, and are outside of the undergraduate system. I mean, I don't, unless you can suggest something that's not illegal,
Just, Madam
I-
Chair, just for a point of clarification, they need to follow the Federal Fair Housing
Right.
Act, which does not allow them to discriminate on age, race,
Yes.
background. So some of the things they potentially would be willing to do to address those issues runs in conflict against the Federal Fair Housing Act.
So I understand that, but I also feel the need to impress upon you how important this is to that neighborhood.
Yeah.
And this is not offensive, but we've heard it all up here.
No,
So
I'm sure.
that you said you don't want to rent to students, I just wanted to impress that I think that's very, very important to the people who live on Liberty Lane and the streets off of Liberty Lane.
We are impressed. This owner is impressed, does not want to have a dorm where they have a business. I think that's better than just some developer that's developing a random piece of property that doesn't already have their business there. I think
Right.
this is the best trusting situation that you can be in, where you have the owner who's going to live there as a business that doesn't want that type of environment.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. And so I have one more question. Sir, you had stated that a substantial increase in affordable housing or a significant increase in affordable housing would make this unviable. But that's significant's a big word. Is there any increase in affordable housing that you would consider above that 25%? It doesn't necessarily have to be significant, but is there a number above 25% that you all might consider to increase our affordable housing needs in this town?
I can appreciate that. Never say never, I guess. I'm not going to say that we would not consider anything above 25%, but I'm not prepared to put an absolute number on the most that we think that we could get and still have a viable project at this point in time.
Is there a number that you're thinking of, just so we know?
I don't want to throw a number out there because you know your business model, but you also recognize and you've testified that you know how important increasing affordable housing is to our community.
Yes.
And we are, and I realize it's a comprehensive permit, but there are a lot of waivers here, a lot of adjustments to this property, including losing industrial property in this town, which we're not going to be able to replace should we fall short with that. So I'm hoping for a little sweetening of the pot.
And a follow-up question, somewhat related to Susan's comment about industrial uses and zoning. The company, Norpac, that has purchased the property, are they moving from an industrial zone where they were previously located?
They've been located in Newark, New Jersey since 1952, and I have to assume it's an industrial zone. There is nothing around other than industrial activity and the New Jersey Turnpike.
Thank you. Any further questions? Joe?
Do you foresee at any time in the future converting this from rental units to maybe home ownership condos type thing?
We don't see that. Our business model is basically looking to establish cash flowing assets for the benefit of the family.
Okay. So I'm a big supporter of affordable housing, and I would love to see more additional units. But I also understand from the financial perspective that puts a pretty big burden on you. Rental units, as you know, can only rent for 80% of the AMI, where home ownership can be anywhere from 80 to 120. A lot of the applications we see in front of the board when its ownership is 120. So we have a real need for the 80. So I certainly appreciate that this would serve a pretty big base that's a need out there. My concern would be that, and you had stated that too, that we really need to balance our housing with what the potential impacts are. So where my concern would be that if at some time in the future that you sold those units, and we didn't put any conditions of approval on that, then at that time, you'd have to sell them as affordable units, but you could go up to 120. So I would think that a reasonable approach on that would be that a condition of approval for us would be that they rent, or if any time future sold, that they stay at the 80%. Again, I'm trying to balance those community needs for housing, different income levels for housing, with what the impacts are. And I wouldn't want to be thinking we're serving an 80% population where a year from now, guess what? It's a 120% population. So that's one thought. I do have some questions and discussion that I'd like to have with staff relative to density as it relates to some other proposals that's out there at the state level, the transit-oriented development, what those densities are. And also, I do think, but I'm going to hold off on those till further in this meeting. I do believe you relative to the URI students. I do not think that your business model would be for students. However, that could possibly change if, I don't think you're going to rent out many two-bedroom units to two URI students. That's just not what they're looking for. With that said, if we're not careful and we don't have in our own regulations prevention of allowing 4 students to live in a 2 housing, then we can possibly get in a situation where we are encouraging students to live there. So a little later on, I want to just have a discussion with staff relative to our regulations we have to unrelated people living, how many bedrooms per people, that type of stuff. But again, I'm just going to hold that off until later. So that's all I have.
Thanks, Joe. Anything else at this point? Please continue.
So at this point, I'm going to ask Melina Lodge to give a presentation, and she will address, Mr. Murphy, your concern about the 80% versus 120%.
Good evening. For the record, Melina Lodge. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Network and Community Housing Land Trust. We serve as a sort of tool function. We're an advocacy policy organization on behalf of nonprofit developers, and we also serve as the state's largest and highest performing monitoring agency. So I have a slide deck here. I'm going to breeze through some of them. They're just here more for some of the earlier slides are really just for context or for informational purposes. So I think everybody on this board understands there's a state housing crisis. I don't feel the need to reiterate that. So if we can move to the next slide, but the information's there for anybody who's interested. So this is from the 2025 Housing Works Fact Book, which, as all of you I'm sure are familiar, is really the Bible of data. And the reason I'm calling up this slide is really to point out one very specific fact is that, median household income in the town of South Kingstown is about $111,000 a year. Medium for sale home prices are, this is 2024 data, is $635,000. So that would require an annual income of about $203,000 a year. And I know we're not talking about home ownership, but I'm calling that out as an important fact. Simply because that income disparity between what people in South Kingstown earn relative to the need to become a homeowner demonstrates that you will in fact start to see a shift of people living in South Kingstown who are not already homeowners looking for rental opportunities. So I think when your income can't support home ownership, you turn to rental. So next slide, please. Again, this one is more for informational purposes, so folks can see what income limits are. I think very often people are surprised by how high the income is for eligibility for low and moderate income units, particularly as Mr. Murphy mentioned, when you get to 120% AMI. And just interesting fact, about 62% of the state of Rhode Island year-round residents actually meet the income definition for low and moderate income. So we're not really talking about some people, we're talking about a substantive portion of Rhode Island residents. Next slide, please. Again, minimal data on this one that I'm going to highlight. You can read at your leisure. But I do want to point out that in our state, as of the 2025 National Out of Reach Report, the housing wage to afford a two-bedroom apartment is $31.71 an hour, is what you would need to earn per hour as a renter to afford the median price two-bedroom rental, and so well in excess of minimum wage in our state. Next slide, please. Monitoring agent. So I figure I'll address some of the concerns that were raised, talk a little bit about the scope of work that is our responsibility as the monitoring agent here. So our primary role is to serve as a neutral party. At the end of the day, our goal is to increase the supply of affordable housing. One of the ways that we do that is to ensure transparency and integrity to the program. So we are checking income of home buyers or tenants. In this case, it would be tenants, making sure that they meet the income requirements and any of the program requirements, and then assuring the state on an annual basis that the development is in compliance with the deed restriction. If it's not, we've worked with the town before to call out issues of noncompliance and to bring those issues into compliance. We've not had any issues in South Kingstown relative to rental units. We've had a few here and there on homeownership units, and they've been corrected. So we'll draft the deed restriction for this property, making sure it is restricted and meets the state standard. We will do the initial occupancy, so looking at household eligibility status. I will point out a couple of things. Generally, or almost never, do students actually qualify for low and moderate income units? One of the criteria is that you can't be a dependent on someone else's tax return. So unless you are an independent student, you can't really meet those requirements. We do require a 12-month lease, and that lease, that unit needs to be occupied for the entire duration. We have no instances where people are living out of state. I think the other question I wanted to address that Mr. Murphy had asked, so a deed restriction is explicit in its use. So when we record a deed restriction, say a certificate of occupancy, it is a requirement that that property be used for rental and for no other purpose. So while the developer may choose to sell the development, the units, at least ours, the affordable units, will have to remain as 80% rental units. We won't make any changes to that restriction until that restriction expires. So he might be able to sell the other units as home ownership units, the market, but that would never happen for the affordable units. So it will be 80% rental for the duration of the restriction. So I wanted to confirm that. And I think around the tenant selection, I wanted to offer, in my experience, and it's certainly not speaking on behalf of the developer here, but we do see landlords in other properties have other requirements around tenant selection because they are also generally very interested in who their tenants are. So there are lawful ways that we see people screen tenants that would include minimum credit scores, minimum work histories. We also see people screening for income to rent ratios, so how much income do they make relative to their rent payment. So, as Mr. Rabbit alluded to, there are certainly things you cannot do without being in violation of federal fair housing laws, but these types of activities are permissible and do happen. So again, I don't know what their tenant selection plan will look like explicitly, but those are very common practices. On this slide, I'm also showing, these are today in 2025, obviously, what the income limits are that tenants will be really needing to comply with. So for a single person, somebody making up to $64,000, two-person 73 and change, three-person 82, and then on the other side is the corresponding rent. So $1,600 for a studio, including all the utilities. The amenities, again, are also expected. Whatever the market rate tenant has, minus the upgrades for like parking garages and storage spaces. If there are amenities, we would expect, again, from a fair housing practice, that tenants of the low mod units are not discriminated against and excluded from those activities. So you can see the rents there. Next slide. So I think these last two slides will probably be most interesting, I sat through the last planning board meeting and I heard the concerns around number of students, young students, not URI students, and there was also some references to vehicles and some other things. So we went back into our portfolio. We have 131 rental units in our portfolio statewide, and I've broken them out here for you. And then we went through and we broke out by unit type the number of residents and the breakout of that resident. So in our studios, we have 3 studios. There are 3 adults, 1 in each. We have 71 bedroom units with a total of 82 residents. We have 3 children who live in a 1-bedroom, not in one single, but 3 1-bedroom units, have 1 child each. Those are actually infants. We went back and looked at the ages. All of them are under the age of 15 months. In our 2-bedroom units, obviously, we see a slightly higher attrition rate of children, so 98 adults, 47 children in 54 units, 3-bedroom units and 4-bedroom units. We have a small number, 2 and 2. One of our 3-bedroom units is 3 adults, an aunt, a brother, and a sister who cannot afford to live independently from one another, so they roommating. And then a family, and then in the 4 bedrooms we have 2 families. So we've sort of tried to lay out for you what the breakout is, and really there are not significant children. I think, generally in a 1-bedroom unit, or households with 1 child is really our predominant topology, and that takes up maybe about 16% of the households that we serve. Households with 2 children is about 11%. Children 3 is 2%, but typically our applicant, 71% of our portfolio is adult-only households. So, next slide. And last, a couple of other points we thought were interesting. So, we have tenants that range from 22 to 93 years old. Our average age is 46. The average income of a tenant in our, household income in our portfolio is about $56,000 a year. We do occasionally see voucher utilization, so somebody living in affordable housing with a Section 8 voucher as well, but because the rents are higher, it tends to be very low, so we see about 3.5% average, and our turnover is less than 4%, which means we're really not seeing a lot of tenant turnover. Tenants are certifying every year, they meet the income eligibility, and they stay happily housed. Source of income, of our 131 households, 77 have part or full and or some combination of the both employment. 6 are paying their rent through savings or family support. 8 are on disability, and 40 of them have retirement income as their primary source. Top 5 employment sectors that are contributing to our population. Healthcare is number 1. And we're not talking about doctors and nurses, obviously, so much as CNAs, home health workers, sort of the support staff that work at doctors' offices or in hospital settings. Hospitality, customer service is number 2, retail number 3, education number 4, and manufacturing is our 5th contributor. And then lastly, because it came up, we ran through, and we do ask on our application how many cars people have. And so this is how the data tracked across those 131 units. We had a total of 156 vehicles. Some people didn't have cars at all, which worked out roughly to about 0.64 cars per resident or 1.2 cars per unit. So we don't see, again, typically a high car volume in our portfolio. And with that, I will be happy to answer any questions.
I will note, I don't remember the exact numbers that they provided the last meeting, but it looks from your numbers that essentially half the 2-bedroom apartments have a child, roughly half. I think, which sanity checks to me, but that does seem to be, again, I think significantly higher than what we were presented with last meeting.
So on the 2-bedroom units, the breakout, it's hard to tell on the pie chart. So that pie chart breaks out to, of the 54 units, the one in the center there, So the blue section is representative of 22 adult-only households. The
There's 47 children, you have 54 two-bedroom units.
Right.
And 47 children. So it's just under one child per two-bedroom unit.
That's pretty much our topology across our portfolio, yeah. I mean, again,
Okay.
in the higher units, 3 and 4, you need 3 residents in a 3-bedroom, so you'll see more children there naturally. But yes, if I numerically counted through our portfolio, most of the households have 1 child as compared to. So the orange section on that pie chart represents households with 1 child, so that's 18 numerically on that pie chart. The green is households with 2 children, that was 13 households, and then that little tiny purpley sliver was 1 household with 3 children, so.
Okay, so I get it, but again, I think it's significantly higher than last meeting, what we were presented with. So if whoever is here for the applicant that presented that last meeting, if they could come back and go through their numbers again, because I think we were left with the thought that it would only be 2 or 3 children in this development to the school systems, and this obviously is significantly higher. So if we can get that person to come back and speak for the applicant.
Madam Chair, if we can just get a clarification, because I think the report that Joe is referring to was prepared by Joe Lombardo, and that was for school-age children. So I think Melina Lodge is talking about children. She hasn't
Correct.
broken down school age from children.
Okay, with that said, school age is what, from 5 or 6 to 18, so that is certainly the vast majority of children are school age, and the ones that are between 1 and 4, they're probably going to be going to school soon. So again, I think the numbers were drastically different than what we saw. So I just want to get those numbers represented to the board.
I think it's also worth pointing out, sir, and I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I do believe this development is proposing predominantly, I think there will be fewer 2-bedroom units. They're looking more to do the studios than the 1-bedroom. So I'm not making a comment on the 2.
They'll have the opportunity to
Okay.
present that.
If there are no further questions from board members, can we continue?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Board. Thomas Sweeney, commercial and licensed real estate broker in the state of Massachusetts and the state of Rhode Island, certified general real estate appraiser in the state of Rhode Island. I believe the board has been provided with a very short document that I was prepared for this hearing. I was addressed, along with Eric Schulteis from my office, to address 3 concerns that were brought up, I guess, at the last meeting. The first is the density, if the project is feasible. We were provided with development costs by the applicant, along with their pro forma as to how this project is proposed to be leased and what the expenses that are going to be associated with it. I will first and off the bat tell you, this is in fact, and I believe the word Mr. Fox used, a unicorn. This is a ownership that is trying to monetize an asset with benefits to the town. I will stand here and tell you directly that if this was a typical developer in the town of South Kingstown or most of the cities and towns in Rhode Island, this project would not be going forward. The simple math is, as of right now, at a stabilized, and I heard the question earlier about what the occupancy was, at a stabilized occupancy of this project, I believe the value is just under $100 million to a typical developer. This project is going to cost, with a land factor that the developer has put in that I believe is lower than what would typically be in the market. This project is coming in at about $120 million in cost. So if it was not this developer, I'm going to stand here and tell you I think it'd be highly unlikely that a developer, a regular developer, would commit the funds and everything to this project. There was an issue raised about increasing the number of affordable units. The developer has said he would consider it. The only factor that we made, taking that into account, is that reduces the bottom line to this project, and at the end of the day, would decrease the value of this project. That's the only thing we're saying about it. If the developer chooses to do more units, again, that's they want to do this project and make this thing work. The second factor we were asked to address, and I've heard it addressed tonight, is industrial land within the town. I'm not sure with the existing facility, it would make sense to increase the uses on this property. But I would say this, first of all, there's, right now it's very expensive to develop new industrial properties. The reason you don't see a lot of building going on in this state and there's a shortage of new industrial properties is the cost of construction. We feel that this use is an appropriate use based upon the location next to the existing facility and the train station. And finally, we were asked to address, again, in conjunction with what if the site was, the impact of the properties to the south on Chickasha. I've looked at all of the plans for screening and things like that. I've looked at where the closest building on that side of the building is, which is, I believe, about 140 feet off of the property line on the houses on Chickasha. In my opinion, that this proposed use is, along with the industrial use, is compatible to all of those uses. I would say if you could somehow figure out a way to develop that portion of the site with an industrial use, you could have a 40-foot building 30 feet off of that back property line. In my opinion, that would be a less desirable use of that property. Those are the three things I was asked to comment on. I am open to take any questions.
Just for the record, Mr. Sweeney,
Yep.
can you just tell the board about your professional experience, just for the record?
Yeah. I can give the board a copy of my CV, which
Thank you.
I've got plenty of. I can tell you I'm a graduate of Providence College. I've been involved in real estate since 1983. As I said, I am a licensed real estate broker in Rhode Island and Massachusetts. I am a generally certified real estate appraiser in the state of Rhode Island. I've appeared in front of, I believe, all zoning boards and most of the planning boards, though not this one as it's presently constituted. I've been certified as an expert witness by every court in the state, both federal and state courts. I've represented multiple private and public clients, financial clients. I've testified in various degrees on properties across the board. And I have provided a copy of my CV.
Thank you. I'm sure there'll be a few questions. I just had a couple of questions, comments initially. You brought up two particular priorities, as it were. One is that for your company or the company, you're going to monetize an asset, and you don't want to reduce the bottom line. So although we hear a lot about housing and how it's all about the moral and social high ground, the reality is that it's about the bottom line. And I will tell you that almost every single comp permit that comes before us, no matter how beyond our capacity or zoning regulations they might be, they all state that the projects are not viable unless they can get the particular density that they're coming forward with. Just as an FYI.
Madam Chair, if I may comment, I'm not sitting here saying they're doing this for the bottom line. I'm telling you, I did an analysis. I did an analysis that shows that it is not a feasible project. If they were concerned about the bottom line, they would be doing this project. That's my only comment.
And you mentioned that obstacles to industrial uses are costs of construction. While that may be true, there is also the availability of land that's zoned industrial,
I understand.
which we have a very, very low percentage of that in this town.
And I understand that, and I understand that the sites that are available, but I'm not sure there would be additional industrial development on this site.
That is your opinion
It
at
is.
this point in time. Other comments, questions? Please continue.
Thank you.
I think at this point, Madam Chair, we will pause for public comment or additional questions.
Very good. At this point in time, are there any questions from board members? If not, I'd like to see if the public would like to speak based on information we've heard this evening. Joe?
Just to get back to the earlier point, as far as the number of school-age children that we can expect, I only say that not just because of the school systems, but also as we contemplate the green space and potential recreational areas within the development. I think we should have a better understanding of how many children or young adults we can expect. So if it is possible to get that before we go to public comment so that they also have that thought.
Madam Chair, my apologies. It's been a long couple of days. Mr. Berryman is going to show you a couple of videos and massing studies that he's done that are responsive to some of the comments from the last meeting.
Again, for the record, my name is David Berryman. I'm a principal architect with Newberry Design Associates. So we've heard a lot of the comments about the massing and the size of the buildings. So we wanted to put together this graphic video that shows the views along Fairgrounds Road all the way across the front of the property. You can see the building here is the two-story building. The first building you could see was the first three-story residential building. Again, you can see the NORPAC building off to the right and one of the first four-story buildings in the back there. The additional four-story buildings here. And then as you move down the street and you get in front of the NORPAC building, you can see that the NORPAC building completely screens the two four-story buildings at the back of the site. Pretty much the entire length of the building. On one half of the NORPAC building, it's a two-story building at just about 30 feet high, and on this far end, it's just about 21 feet high. Again, as you come to the end, you can just get a glimpse of the two four-story buildings that are in the back there. And then again, the view is just going back the other way. Again, the NORPAC building does a fairly well job of screening along with some of the existing vegetation that you can see. The model represents as best as we could all the existing vegetation plus all this proposed vegetation, the berm that we had talked about previously, all along the front. So again, as you come down, the buildings in the back are completely screened from the street. It's not till you get down a little further at the kind of entry open area is where you can start to see some of the taller buildings in the back. We've also tried to orient the buildings so that the shorter end is what's facing Fairgrounds Road. So as you can see here on that end, that's the narrower part of the building, and then the longer elevation kind of runs away from you. Again, and then as you come around, you can catch glimpses of the four-story buildings. They're set fairly far back from the street. Again, this is the two-story building in the front for perspective. So once you're in front of that, it screens the buildings in the back. This is really the only open area where you see in, and that's the three-story building that's there. And then again, you can just get a glimpse of the first four-story building in the back. So that we wanted to show that to kind of, so unless you're physically on the site at those back buildings, you don't really see and get the full massings of the four stories and the height of the buildings. We'd also like to point out the fact that we understand that we're above the height and we're asking for a higher building height. If we were to switch all the four-story buildings to a flat roof, that would probably put the height of the roof at around 45 feet. But we didn't really feel that fit with the character of the building. We didn't want to put flat roofs on all the buildings. So by putting the pitched roofs on the building, that's really what substantially increases the height of the building, because we're going right to the top of the highest point of the roof. And then again, by doing that, we're also kind of creating wells that we could use to hide all the mechanical units. A couple of the other graphics, I know there's been talk about potentially developing the site more for industrial. So we just did a couple of graphics to kind of show a comparison, the 4-story buildings in the back, and then taking one out and replacing it with just a proposed massing of what a 40-foot high building, industrial building could look like, just so you can kind of get a sense of the two. Because I know there's been a lot of talk about developing that. So we wanted to give you a kind of an idea of what that looks like, just from a massing standpoint in comparison to the 4-story residential buildings. Again, obviously you can see that the residential buildings are taller, but you get a good sense of kind of the scale of what an industrial development on the site that's specifically set for industrial could look like. And then the last graphic I just wanted to show really quick is, so this is the overall site plan. You can see NORPAC is kind of outlined in this darker area, which is the footprint of NORPAC itself is about 180,000 square feet. And what this graphic shows is all of the proposed buildings kind of massed inside the footprint of the NORPAC, just to kind of give you an idea of the scale. The NORPAC building is almost twice the size of the footprint of all the other proposed buildings in our development, just to kind of give you an idea on the scale of how big the NORPAC building is. I can take any questions if anybody has it, if you want to see anything more specific.
Questions, comments? It's a little difficult to actually envision from this kind of a video the actual mass and scale and the proportionality. You showed a human along the way somewhere.
Yep.
And you showed vegetation, some of which is seasonal as it's deciduous. And looking at it, those trees are probably would be 15 to 20 feet in height. That means a corresponding 10 to 15 years before they would look like that. Just
some of the yes, the proposed trees definitely, yes. There is a fair amount of existing vegetation that's already part of the buffer along NORPAC and the residences. Obviously, the trees in the back. I mean, if you're familiar with the site, that's all forest in the back there. So yes, these proposed trees in front of the NORPAC building, between the parking and the NORPAC building, those are all existing trees. So yes, all these proposed trees in front here, and then the proposed trees throughout the site would, yes, they wouldn't initially be obviously all that size.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Susan?
Hi, I would just like to comment that you seem to have compared the mass and scale of a potential industrial use with the mass and scale of the residential use, as if there's a bonus to building the residential because it's less in mass and scale. And I think the conversation that we're having tonight isn't about choosing between industrial and residential, but the fact that we're losing a significant amount of zoned industrial space to accommodate residential, where we won't have the option to take away residential in the future to accommodate industrial if that balance tips in another direction. So we're giving up valuable resource in town. Most of the town is zoned residential, and we're adding to that pool of residential land where we'll never have that ability to regain industrial space. So to me, it's not an apples and apples thing where I'm like, well, this is smaller than it might be if it was industrial. For us, I think it's the bigger picture of how we choose to use our land in this town, and converting it to residential might not be in the best interest of the future of the town. And that was the comparison, not the scale of one versus the other.
Yep, okay. I mean, that's perfectly fine. And yes, again, we just wanted to show that graphic to see so you could see that. As far as the development of the industrial, like we said, the building has been, had sat vacant for a while, and it's technically all parking right now. And this owner doesn't feel the need to expand their industrial footprint. So that's why, as opposed to just leaving it empty, abandoned parking spaces, we chose to try and develop a residential project.
Or they could subdivide it and lease it to another industrial business. You know, we're constantly hearing, both in the state and around the country, about the need for manufacturing, industrial-type jobs, and the loss of industrial zone land where we have such a low percentage is really unfortunate. That would be not a priority, in my opinion. If there are no other comments, perhaps we can move to public. If anyone would like to speak, please come up to the mic, state your name for the record.
I'm Steve Corley. I live in West Kingston. I work in West Kingston. And I'm against the project because the town only has so much industrial land. We have very little. And I work in that area where there is industrial land. I just see a place going in like this, complaining about the trucks, the noise, you know, all that stuff we have. We wouldn't allow an industrial plant to go in the middle of the neighborhood. We should never allow a neighborhood to go in the middle of an industrial plant. One of the things that Mr. Murphy was talking about was, I think the letter I saw where they showed 511 people living in the complex and nine kids or something like that. So I'm like thinking 511 people is 511 cars, and there's 368 parking spots, not counting the ones at the street or the accessory parking. And that just doesn't work. I don't know where they're going to put the snow. I don't know where their retention ponds are when I looked at the drawings. I didn't see any retention ponds. And they need to have retention ponds for both NORPAC and the development, especially if they subdivide. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'll take that back, but I'm a little nervous. So
This is the master plan stage of review. So when and if a project is approved at master plan, it's a very general type of approval. However, they are vested in terms of density and general layout. And then, unless there's something that is deemed a serious problem by the town or the state, they then have that, retain that density and general layout going to preliminary. But it's at the preliminary stage of review when we receive details such as detention, retention ponds, stormwater, and all that stuff.
thank you. The other thing I was concerned about is the 60-foot tall buildings, is whether or not the town has a fire department capable of handling all that without increasing the fire department size, buildings, trucks, and all that stuff. I'm sure they can handle the water pressure, but still having the town having the facilities to support such a business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alan Pickering. I live on Blueberry Lane, which is a neighborhood, we're not direct abutters, but we're about a tenth of a mile west of the property, so we certainly feel we're going to be adversely impacted by the project. At the last town meeting, a local resident, dropped off a petition opposing this development. It wasn't signed, but I went to the town hall, I got a copy of the petition, and then circulated it as best I could, and I'd like to submit this for the record, if I could.
Certainly.
And we'll probably be rehashing some of the same comments as last time, but in our neighborhood, we actually bulletized a lot of the concerns. I'd like to submit this for the record as well. And then I'm just going to talk about a couple of my biggest concerns, because I know a lot of my neighbors want to speak as well. So the first thing that bothers me is just the change in the character of the neighborhood. If you look at an area, say, 1.5 miles, 2 square miles around West Kingston, there's not a lot of houses. On Blueberry Lane, there's 9. I think Chickasha, maybe 10 or 12. There's a few across from Arnold's Lumber. And then other people that'll be affected are on the other side of the light on Fairgrounds. And I can tell you, talk to anyone who lives there, when you try and get out of that light in peak traffic, which is basically URI classes, sometimes you can't even turn right to go towards Route 110. It's backed up all the way down Route 2. Probably on major events like a football game or graduation, that traffic probably is backed up all the way to past the Route 2 light. But people here have mentioned the key term, I think, both member on the council and maybe one of the proponents, the key word balance. I look at this humongous project and I don't see any balance. Why do they have to solve the state's entire affordable housing problem by sticking this thing in our neighborhood? We bought our property there many years ago, 35. We liked the area. We accepted the fact that we were next to an industrial zoned area. We were fine with that. If we were to buy that property today, or say 2 years from now, looking at this thing, I'd say no way. That's not what we think is or view as South Kingston. There's a certain character people in the neighborhood like the character of that neighborhood, and this is going to radically change that character. I should mention on the petitions too, with the holidays, I didn't have a chance to canvass my neighbors. Everyone's busy and so forth for Thanksgiving. But everyone in that petition that I talked to was in a way shocked by the scale of this thing and firmly opposed. I think if we had a few more days, you would get many more signatures, and the total number maybe wouldn't be 100, because there's not 100 houses in that immediate area. But in my opinion, I believe almost everyone in the surrounding neighborhoods that would be affected would have a problem with the scale of this project. Again, we're in favor of affordable housing, but I feel like that's the term that they couch this thing just to get this project moving. And, they talked about their business model. I mean, I'm not an expert and I don't really care too much about the business model, but they bought this property, this industrial property. Why don't they just make that work? Why do they have to make their additional profits based on what I feel is going to destroy the character of our neighborhood? I won't go through these other bullet points because, like I said, I know some of my other neighbors will probably want to talk about various aspects. And last thing, of course, is the traffic. I believe traffic would be a nightmare. Last time someone got up and mentioned the school buses not being able to get out. Their fancy graphic, by the way, didn't show cars parked along the side of Arnold's Lumber, so there's certainly no extra room there. No sidewalks for people who are going to walk to this train station. I don't know where they think these people are going to be going. Train station, unless you're extremely wealthy, maybe you take the train to Providence or Boston or New York, but I doubt that's going to be a big component of everyday life. So I gave you the hard copy of our bullets, but I'm sure other people want to get up and speak their mind too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark Valley. I am a resident on Chickasha Way, directly abutting the proposed complex, and I'm actually the one who started the petition. So I'm glad to see that it grew legs and moved its way around. But I'd like to submit about 150 more signatures what I was able to collect as part of the petition.
Thank you.
And I was also going to submit some photos of congestion for traffic just pulling out onto 138 just on a random Wednesday for the board to review. I was also going to go through the bulletized items in the petition, but for the interest of time, I think everybody's kind of echoing the same concerns there, so I'll skip that. I however, was asked by a business owner who could not be here tonight, to read a letter in her absence because they're at a memorial service. The letter states, "My name is Bethany Curtis. My husband and I own 141 Fairgrounds Road, directly across the street from the proposed development. I spoke at the last meeting, but I am unable to attend this meeting as we are out of town for a memorial service. I would like to again state our objection to the project for a number of reasons, including traffic issues, expenses to the town and its infrastructure, safety on Fairgrounds Road, and the variances being requested. Will also set a number of negative precedents for future developments in town. However, we object primarily because you are giving up the few potential industrial locations in the town. I urge the planning board to review the comprehensive plan developed by our predecessors, residents, and government officials from 2015 that was thought to be a guideline for the village of West Kingston for decades to come. The plan specifically mentions the site in question and noted that it should be used for small business development. The vision statement says in part, articulate a vision. A vision statement was developed for the town, for the village that projects decades into the future. West Kingston should remain a working village with a core that supports a mix of small business, historical assets, and residents connected to working agriculture lands and public open spaces through a well-maintained system of roads, sidewalks, and pathways. Key elements important to the future of West Kingston include a diverse local economy with small businesses, modern industrial uses, active farmland, and open spaces, a small collection of historical structures including the Courthouse, Center for the Arts, and Kingston Station that are active and well-preserved, a village core surrounded by a contiguous ring of preserved forests, open space, and diverse water resources, protecting the water quality of the Chippuxet River aquifer through conservation and sustainable development practices, multi-module transportation with easy access to and from neighborhood towns and the region, continued cooperation between residents, business owners, the University of Rhode Island, and government officials, town and state. Chart a course for the future. A series of actions are presented at the close of this report that are designed to address broad common thread issues as well as specific issues associated with the village. Generally, these strategies are geared towards reinforcing the scale of the development and infrastructure that exists today, while providing some opportunities for growth and innovation where appropriate. Below is a sample from the 21 action items identified for West Kingston. The complete list of strategies is summarized on page 25. Identify appropriate areas for mixed use and amend the zoning ordinance accordingly. That's all I got.
Thank you.
And I'll submit her letter for the town as well.
Good evening. My name is Jane Carlson Pickering. I did speak last time, and I also had my husband up here a little bit earlier, speaking on behalf of all the residents of Blueberry Meadows. Just a couple of points that I wanted to make. Please keep in mind that this would indeed be a strain on our aquifer. We would definitely be losing our industrial space. What had not been mentioned earlier is that the Great Swamp is less than a quarter of a mile away. When we moved into our homes, we moved in knowing that we could not have fences on our property because of the wildlife in the area, so that they would be free to roam. So yes, we have plenty of deer, but we also have packs of wild coyotes going through. But these animals have nowhere else to go. I also want to stress the fact that with the size of this behemoth complex and the fact that there would be over 300 to possibly 500 automobiles, you can't get out on that street to begin with now, and those people would have to drive everywhere they wanted to go, even for a bottle of milk. There is no place to walk to. And it's not a commuter rail where you can simply jump on a train and go to work daily at a reasonable cost. People living there would not be able to afford that. Regarding the 12-month rentals. I don't see what there is to stop somebody who has a good income from renting for a year and having their kids live there while they're going to URI, and then they live there in the summertime for 3 months. I can see this happening. It happens all the time in Narragansett. Finally, I just want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the people from West Kingston, because we're hoping that you're here to fight for us as well. We are part of this town, and we love it, just the way it is. We are not in disagreement that we need more housing. We just don't want to have it all on this one spot, and it happens to be our only industrial spot left. Thank you.
I'm Paul Epstein. I live at the end of Blueberry Lane. We just purchased our house about 4 years ago, and certainly I know if we had known about this project going up, we certainly would not have purchased that house. And I imagine that's going to be a problem someday in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John Copeland. I live in West Kingston. I spoke last week also. The town of South Kingstown is a collection of villages. And by plopping this large-scale commercial operation right in the middle of West Kingston is going to destroy that village. If that's the direction that South Kingstown is moving, I think we're making a huge, huge mistake. We've got a jewel here in the state, and everybody loves the town. People want to move in. When we start doing commercial operations like this, I think we're going in the very, very wrong direction. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Meredith Masson, and I just really think you should really think hard about this, of your land and everything. I think the state and everything totally has to do something about this affordable housing thing. You probably know, some of you, who I am. My daughter lives across the street on Oak Street from those 2 houses that they just built. She lives there with her 2 boys, and there's too many loopholes. Anyone can say anything what they want to do, and what they're gonna do, but there's too many loopholes, and that's what happened on Oak Street. And he is renting these, going to rent these to 20 college kids, right in the middle of Wakefield, across the street from my daughter. Then he said they can stay or not, or he's gonna Airbnb them. All of this money that's coming from all of these type places is not putting $1 in taxes or anything into this town. It's just putting the money in the people's pockets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jane Copeland. I also live on Blueberry Lane. I want to thank you for letting us speak again. I know we spoke in the last meeting, but I would admit that I wasn't very well prepared for that meeting, even though our road is it's actually less than a half a mile from the entrance to this project. We weren't contacted at all about it. We were not part of any community meetings, or we knew there was some project going on about apartments. But it wasn't until we saw the picture on the screen that we realized just how large it was. And actually, the video that we just saw scares me even worse, because it looks even bigger than I thought it looked as a static map. I'm concerned that we're not paying enough attention to the traffic on Liberty Lane. We're talking about Fairgrounds Road, but Liberty Lane is a really dangerous road. There are multiple accidents there. There are people that walk and bike on that road. There are no shoulders or sidewalks to walk on. They were saying something about 130 cars with 311 units that have at least one adult. I would guess it would be more like 250 to 300 cars. So that additional traffic is going to be a hazard. The other thing, it seems like kind of a small thing to most people, I think, is that they're talking about fire pits on the backside of this property. That's only about 100 feet from the woods. And all I can see is somebody forgetting to put their fire pit out at night, and that whole area, all of the woods in the back is going to go out because we don't have enough fire suppression. The fire department, large enough fire department, we only have 2 fire trucks. It's a volunteer fire department. There's going to be no way to take care of any fire that happens back there. So that's just a small thing that hasn't been brought up yet. So thank you again for letting us speak, and I hope you will take you'll consider the problems that we see as West Kingston and as long-term residents over those people who might be residents in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
You'd be so kind. I'm Steve Corley from West Kingston. I got pretty nervous before. Just wanted to point out that one of the pieces of paper I read said that the cost to the town was going to be $100,000 a year, above and beyond the tax intake to the town. And that's why towns have Quonset Point areas, to reduce the tax burden on the rest of the citizens. If the number of kids that are going to live there, as Mr. Murphy was alluding to, is a lot more than the wherever their person produced it, but their cost to the town was going to go much further up for the development. We're going to subsidize. This part made no sense when I was reading their literature. We're going to subsidize their development. Didn't make any sense to me. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Susan Gordon, live on Liberty Lane in West Kingston. My 2 concerns are water. I know water, the immediate water use issues seem to be addressed, but projected, is this development going to affect levels of water in Chickasha Brook? Chickasha is a cold water stream. There aren't many in the state, and that's home to a bunch of endemic species, including American brook trout, American eel, spotted newt. So there's some big environmental concerns here. And when I say environmental concerns, we're plopping, or propose to be plopping, this development next to Federal Wildlife Preserve, Great Swamp. There's also holdings on Liberty Lane from South Kingston Land Trust, and also on Liberty Lane there is the Gordon Wildlife Preserve, which is Rhode Island Audubon Society. So you've got a lot of interests that have invested a lot of money, time, effort into preserving this area. So to sacrifice it just doesn't seem right. As far as traffic, even a mild increase in traffic, Chris Rathel, who was the biologist at DEM for years and also for Rhode Island Natural History Survey, found that just a tiny increase in traffic, 1 car per hour, would kill 90% of the slower moving amphibian species. It's a big impact. So when we consider who a lot of the real neighbors are on Liberty Lane, because if anyone wants to head to Providence or Warwick or anything, they're not going to take 138. They're going to take Liberty Lane to get to Route 2. And it's going to have a big impact on a lot of the people, a lot of the interests there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert DeLuise. I am a resident of Liberty Lane in West Kingston. I'd just like to point out that Ms. Gordon is actually quite the expert on the area. And those unfamiliar, it's her family that has donated the wildlife refuge that is located adjacent to this property. So she knows of what she speaks. I have a couple of concerns and questions that don't really jive with the last time that I was at this meeting and the responses that we got from the building owners. I'm very concerned that if we're not interested in student rentals, then why we're having private meetings with URI. That's a bit of a concern for me. When we talk about meeting with local businesses, we haven't met with one, and there's no discussion of meeting with any of them. I want to know if this increase or questioned increase, if possible, to the percentage of affordable housing units makes all the other concerns go away. I'd also like to know what consideration has been given for the 1,100 additional URI students that are going to be joining us in the area with the addition of the new 3 dorms that have been proposed in the area. Because what I'm hearing is an additional 1,500 folks traveling through the village. We already have reduced RIPTA service at the train station. We don't have local service. We have no infrastructure to get folks who are low income and in this affordable housing to areas where they can work. We're also taking away industrial zones and areas where we can create businesses for those folks to work. My understanding of affordable housing isn't that it's just affordable, but that it's viable to get them to the infrastructure necessary and by the means that they have at their disposal. I hear of this traffic study that was conducted. I'd like to know the date that it was conducted, because by my measure, as a self-proclaimed expert, as a resident of the area, I haven't seen anybody out there since July. And I'm pretty sure URI isn't in session and we're tracking beach traffic at that point. So I'd like to know the date of that traffic study. Last time the owners were here, they stated that their employees didn't have any intention of living in the housing provided, and I'd like to know if that's changed. It sounded like it did tonight. It was also understood that part of the move to here in Rhode Island was a downsizing of the company. I'm a little confused that if we're calling this a unicorn, we're calling it a unicorn because we're taking blacktop and turning it into profit. And I'm a little concerned about that. If the original intent was never to do anything with that blacktop, then why is it such an issue now? I'd like to know how 4-story buildings fit into the area. Last time I was here, I pointed out the courthouse isn't that tall. I'd like to know what's being done from screening the new units from the industrial building. We talk about that we can't see the buildings from the road, which I would argue is up to be determined once they're up. But what's stopping the people that live in the buildings from staring at the back of the industrial stuff that's there now, that's been there since Schneider had the building? And I'd also like to know what's being done about not only the traffic, as we've already talked about, but the town has an existing issue with Liberty Lane and its access to Route 2 that still has yet to be addressed. Sir, are you awake? Thank you. So I'd like to know what the town is doing to address the existing issues before we talk about the new ones that we're bringing on our plate. We've had animals that have been hit and run. We have people who can't walk on the road. We have large 18-wheel trucks that come around an S-curve that do not provide traffic going in the opposite direction. There are no signs, no lights, no warnings for anybody that's on that road. We've manipulated the road stripes for bike traffic, but we've done nothing to protect them once they're on the road because there's a differential between the state road and the town road. And that little corner, because it's the very last corner of West Kingston, seems to be forgotten. And I think we need to not forget it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Kevin Foster. I live on Blueberry Lane, about a quarter mile from the applicant's property, and I'll be brief. My family has lived on Blueberry Lane for the past 24 years, and in all that time, this is the first proposal to which I have objected. I would like to thank this board for asking tough questions tonight. I'm encouraged by what I hear, and I believe that you will make a reasonable decision. We have heard from many of the applicants' paid professionals tonight and at past meetings, and I would ask the board to use common sense, not only rely on paid professionals. So for example, New London, quick Google search finds 4 apartment complexes in New London. I'm sure there are others, but I found 4, and the unit size is 203, 197, 154, and 137. So in closing, I respectfully submit that 311 units is, by any and all measures, an unreasonable request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seth Curtis. Not going to reiterate a lot of the points that have already been made. I work at 141 Fairgrounds Road. The letter was written by my mother and was read earlier. As one of those things, I just wanted to come up because it's one of those, I'm younger. We've heard from, obviously, the older generation, and that's important, but it's also important to hear from us. And frankly, as looking to continue my father's business, continue manufacturing here, continuing jobs, specifically within West Kingston, it hurts me, and it hurts my thought for the future of this town and my position within the town that we're going to so willingly give up industrial space when there's already so little. If I did my math correctly, I think we're under 10% already, and I don't know what exactly this percentage would do, but to me, as a business owner in that industrial space, it personally makes me afraid that it won't help me. It's not going to help grow businesses, and that's what we've already looked to do. We've done that successfully with a brand like Proclamation, who started in our within our building and has expanded into Warwick. So you need these incubators to help grow these small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no one who wishes to speak at this time, I would ask planning board members if they have any further questions or comments at this time, particularly for information that they would like to see forthcoming. Then the other question is the one of not only the desire and need for additional information, but looking at the time frame for this project. Jamie, can you?
So, Madam Chair, as it relates to the time frame, I know the applicant stated earlier this evening that they were doing a slightly abridged and weren't bringing every expert above you. In conversations with Kelly Salvatore, we did discuss the potential for her client to issue any necessary extensions for the commission to continue its proceedings, keep the hearing open, and then have time for a decision. And I believe legal could weigh in on that. But again, as we get into January, we're going to start running into some time frame issues, and perhaps before that. We have that in our project memo, if you give me a moment. But I know we have had that discussions with Kelly.
And as we said earlier, we only have one meeting in December. It's supposed to be a work session. So how can we get the information we're looking for and continue this to a date that works for everyone?
Madam Chair, I did expect to be before you again on, I think it's December 9th. We were waiting for that Affordable Housing Commission report, and we expected to be before you again on that date.
So the 9th is not a regular meeting. The regular meeting would be, what does it fall under, the day after Christmas or something like that. And the plan was to have a work session on the 9th because we historically only have one meeting in December. So is this something that you would be able to go to January on?
What would be the date in January?
Jamie, do you have that?
Give me a moment, Madam Chair. The next regularly scheduled meeting of the planning board is January 27th.
That's right, it was referred to earlier, yes, on another item, January 27th. And while we wait for response, well, from the applicant on that,
So what was that date, Madam
the
Chair?
27th. Yes, we actually had another item this evening, the
571 Main Street.
571, yes, that's being continued.
That date works.
Okay. So, having said that, this might be a good opportunity, based on what the board has heard tonight from the applicant and the public, to create a list of items for which they require additional information. Joe?
Again, I still want to hear about the number of children. Given the information and data presented tonight, if I just extrapolate that, it results in well over 100 children that's going to be in this development versus the 9 that was previously stated. So that's one thing. And that goes to also recreational space, open space, and to some extent even parking, because if we are maximizing the use of all this space with a minimum number of parking, that's only going to exacerbate the problem if we have more kids and need more recreational space. So just want to get an understanding on that. I still would like to hear, I think, from staff, particularly Mark, relative to sewer capacity, relative to pipe-sized pumping stations, and the sanitation facility. Not only that it meets this applicant's needs, but also leaves enough capacity for neighboring properties that haven't yet hooked up. I do want to have some discussions, maybe with Brian, relative to how this density that's being proposed compares to proposed legislation on transit-oriented development, and just how those two numbers compare. And I do have concerns, still have concerns relative to traffic on 138, because I know at certain times of day that traffic URI is backed up all the way to this bridge. So those are my concerns right now.
Thanks, Joe. Other?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I can opine on one of the items. With regards to the legislation that I believe was adopted in 2024 associated with transit-oriented development and the potential for communities to be part of a program to explore those types of uses in those areas where such towns have those facilities. The minimum to get into that program for any municipality would have to be 10 units per acre as a minimum to even explore a TOD within your community.
My understanding is that some of more recent proposals have densities for within a quarter mile, within a half mile, within a mile. So this would probably be, and that the train station will be designated as a major hub. So just trying to understand.
It's within a half, their proposed, the legislation in 2024, I believe, was a half a mile, 10 units per acre minimum to entertain the discussion of modifying your regulations
Is
for
that
transit-orientated development.
Does that match up with, I think there's a proposal right now that hasn't gone through.
Proposals that haven't gone through, we can only tell you being discussed, but it's not actual law.
I get that, but I just want to understand what people are thinking at the state level, and what would be potentially reasonable.
And is there a community population that relates to these TOD projects as a whole? Because several years ago, we had DOT come and speak to us, and at the time, they said that our population was not anywhere near enough to be considered for these type of projects. What other questions from other folks? Armand?
I just like the answer to the question I raised earlier, the occupancy rate of the unit in New London that was used as a comparison for the children population, because as they indicated, the occupancy of this project is critical to the success. I'm concerned that if they don't maintain the occupancy level that they need, that we're going to have some issues down the line relative to the project. So if they could provide, that comparison, because I think it's a good analysis to see how successful these are. I personally don't have any problem with the concept. I just think the scale is a little too high.
We'll be prepared to talk about that the next time. I have my own thoughts, but I'd rather rely on the expert.
Yeah. Well, because the other concern is that, they show the average house in South Kingston is $411,000. If I did my math correctly, based on the projected cost of the project, they're going to spend $400,000 to develop each unit spread over the whole project. So it's not going to be, it should be a good project, but I'm concerned whether or not we're going to be able to fill it with the affordable housing people that we're trying to meet.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Other thoughts, Susan?
I do. So I have 5 items on basically my homework list of things I'd like to learn about. One of them is to remind myself of the West Kingston Master Plan, which was developed for West Kingston Village. And I'm glad one of the residents had mentioned that, because I sort of forgot about that. That was, a decade ago that we did the master plan, and I'd like to go back and revisit that. And I think it's available to everyone if you haven't read it. I think it's available on our website. I also am intrigued about the idea of the capacity for our local West Kingston and Kingston volunteer firefighters, because we don't have any we don't have any large structures like this in town. And I think maybe it merits that question of looking at what the volunteer fire companies in Kingston and West Kingston have for equipment, and whether or not they would have the capacity to put out a building of this size in that area. Which kind of is the next question, which is about water pressure and water capacity, and the volume of water that would be needed to extinguish a fire in a building this size, and whether or not this site has that capacity and that water pressure to be able to extinguish a large fire in a large building. And that doesn't even beg the question about what if we accidentally set the woods on fire behind the building, and what kind of nightmare that would be. But I'm just thinking about, at this point, the safety of the residents of these structures. I would also like to go back and revisit the traffic study, because I remember the conversation about, whether it becomes an A or an F or a D or a B at the intersections, but in real time, what will be the difference to residents? Because I live in Kingston Village, I know what traffic is like when you arrive in session. And so I think that looking at not just the grading level, but really in real time what the traffic impacts will be to 138, to everyone who lives along 138 and in this area. And my last question is about really an honest look at what percentage of land in South Kingstown is zoned industrial, how it's being used, how much is underutilized, and what our projections would be for future usage of industrial land in town, and what our future needs would be. Basically a build-out projection of our industrial uses in town and our needs, and then really look at whether or not it's reasonable to sacrifice this amount of industrial land based on our projected future needs for industrial land. I don't know how much of it's being utilized. I'm not even sure what percentage we have in town, but I want to revisit that also before we talk further. Those are my comments.
Other questions for research and,
Well, I think there have been a couple of people who have commented on the, really the capacity of the town services. And I'm also concerned about the cumulative impact, and reference was made to the fact that URI is expanding their dorms, and that will have an impact on what resources are being used. So I'd like that to be taken into account as well.
Can you just
Anything-
elaborate on that?
There've been reference to the fact that URI is going to be adding new dorms, both for, I believe, both for graduate students and for undergraduates. I don't have the numbers of units that are being added, but it's been in the local papers, and somebody else may have that information.
So, Madam Chair, just understanding these are requests that you would like the applicant to address. Some of them are non-regulatory with regards to some of the documentation you're asking. Again, we know what URI is building. We know what they're potentially doing in the queue. I would defer to council whether it's the responsibility of the applicant to determine what may or may not occur in the future. Their traffic analysis can only contemplate what's happening now as it relates to impact on this development.
I imagine the question may have come about through several means, but one is that the applicant actually met with URI, so it kind of makes sense that there may be some information there.
The applicant, my understanding is the applicant met with URI to understand what their housing needs as it relates to employees, specifically staff, professors, and other personnel.
Yes.
They weren't in those discussions, and again, the people in the room can clarify this, discussing to solve URI's on-site dormitory issues. So.
I don't think it's an invalid statement. It's part of the conversation.
It may not be the burden on the applicant, but I think it's information that we ought to be able to have and consider as we evaluate the proposal.
Yeah, I would defer to legal on what you can consider.
It may be part of the traffic
Yeah.
scenario.
You know, I think you get this issue a lot, which is, on the one hand, you have an applicant before you that only has the application that they're proposing. On the other hand, the application is part of a larger picture of long-term planning strategy. I think Jamie's right that when it comes time to make a decision, you need to focus on what the impacts of this development will be based on the infrastructure and the uses that are there now. You can certainly request that the applicant provide you information if they're willing to do it. But you know, unfortunately, the way the system is set up is that they don't provide the town with an overarching planning strategy. They only say, this is our application, this is the impacts it will have. And you can consider that as you craft conditions or consider the standards of approval.
Madam Chair, we can certainly provide, you know, access to the West Kingston master plan. Again, the traffic study and level of service, that's part of the application, that's already online. Percentage of land open space, percentage of land industrial, we provided some numbers, I think verbally for you, but we can put that in the form of a chart or a spreadsheet. But those are items, again, that, to Mr. Schwartz's point, those are comprehensive in nature and affect the long-term developability of the community, but you need to weigh this application on its impact, not what may happen or what you plan for. The very nature of a comprehensive permit under the law allows an applicant to deviate from your very nature of what you've been planning for. And that's the unique nature of the law.
A couple of other things. I would like to have information in writing relative to the capacity of the water district for this project, and if there are any criteria, analyses that need to occur prior to having that information. And then also the future capacity. I think Joe mentioned this at the last meeting. Would they be able to handle beyond this future development, and are there any constraints, whether it is, again, capacity? We are in a groundwater protection overlay district that has not been discussed to a great deal this evening. What would the situation be for additional wells? Then Susan, this sort of adds to Susan's comment about getting a little more information about the actual percentage of industrially zoned land that we now have available.
There was also some testimony tonight about what is the standard of review, given that it's an affordable housing project. The applicant very well may not be the person who puts in evidence of what the standard of review is, but I would like some clarity from legal about what that is, preferably before we hear again from the applicant, so that we can have that articulated and have that standard in mind as we listen to the next testimony.
Impact to the environment, although little by little our ability within these comprehensive permits to deny a project has been reduced, it would be important to have some criteria with regard to the environmental impacts, as well as health, safety, and welfare of current and future residents. We heard a lot this evening about lack of sidewalk, shoulders, et cetera, existing conditions, let alone the addition of future traffic. I think that's all I have. Anything else from anyone? Questions for staff to research or questions to obtain from the applicant for the next meeting? Would someone like to make a motion then to continue this to our January 27th meeting?
Madam Chair, just if I can respond to a couple of your statements. Sure. With regard to the water capacity, we do have an email from Chris Champy, the superintendent of the Kingston Water District, saying that in his opinion, there is enough capacity for this project. He also opines, actually to me today, that there is, this project will not affect future capacity of the Kingston Water District. He conditions that opinion, he feels very confident about it, but he obviously conditions that opinion on hydraulic modeling, which will occur at preliminary plan phase. And then the only other thing I wanted to say, to your point, Ms. Wilson, is we are relying on the standards for approval. The last time we were here, I had several experts testify as to each and every standard for approval. Tonight was meant to be additional feedback on feasibility, affordable housing, some of the concerns you had about massing, but in my opinion, we've already made our case that we meet all standards for approval. We will come back and do our best to respond to some, if not all, of these concerns, but I would ask the board to focus on the standards for approval, which I believe we've met.
And I would like, if council can help articulate those for me, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. So if you want, I could provide a memo. Alternatively, I could go over them now from the statute, or...
Let's do the memo.
Okay.
And also, folks that attended the statewide planning training a couple of weekends ago, as far as what the keynote speaker had to say about the analysis of a project and local knowledge and planning board evaluation of testimony that has been submitted or may be submitted in the future. Joe?
So this is actually for Peter, but just when you put together the memo for the standards of review, if you could address the more recent guidelines relative to density and the numbers that they have for both when you're on infrastructure and not, and whether that rises to a standard or whether that's a guideline, or how the board should take that into consideration.
If there's nothing else, would someone like to make a motion to continue this item to January 27th? We have a motion from Joe. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Caper. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
5-minute break?
Thank you. Yes, generally we take a 5-minute break a couple of hours into the meeting, so we shall return in 5 minutes.
Oh, my goodness. It's 9 o'clock already. I knew this was going to be a late one.
Oh, yes.
The dispensary and 82 Main Street.
This afternoon. Yeah, could we get well, so we have approval on the previous plans got approved and then renewed. Correct. So I guess we would just need to submit the revised plans. Can we, what do we see? Is it like final approval, or obviously we can't final approval, and then we can ask for conditional approval on those things. Yes. And then,
Nice to meet you in person, finally. I have a quick question about, I guess more for you. My intern accidentally put an education site within a 500-foot thing on Arlington Square. It's actually a math tutoring business. Okay. I'm not going to bring it up at all. So, I don't know if you noticed on our Lucas plan, the guy that prepared it sort of made a mistake and put that as an educational site within it.
okay, I'm not worried about that.
What's up?
Nice to meet you in person.
How are you?
Yeah, good.
So you're leading us off here?
Hey. Hi, I'm Kevin. Louis. Louis, nice to meet you in person. You as well. Yes, I'm the landscape architect. Thank you, sorry. Yes. Yeah.
How you been?
Busy.
Oh God, it's out of control.
Put pedal to the metal right till Thanksgiving. I don't know.
I know.
My stomach's all like this. I don't know if I'll be able to eat.
I've got one day tomorrow before going to Vegas for a convention too. So.
Oh, really?
Math Advantage is what it's called. It's a tutoring business or something. So I'm not even gonna bring that up.
I wouldn't notice.
As far as the ordinance for lighting, like we have the photometric plan.
I do. Yeah, I have a easel that's in my car.
I'm not even gonna bring it up unless they.
Yeah. Will site plans and photometric plans be up on the screen, or should I grab them? So
I've got one large one. My question to you, however, was, I would, if there's any questions about the levels, it would be something that you could easily continue and guarantee it, right? So like, we've got 0.2 foot candles here. We have that one light here, but it's like that's a safety issue versus having like 1.3-foot candle, like.
Right, and you can maybe talk about, right, how it's the entrance to the property, keeping that illuminated.
But is the,
We are continuing on to our next agenda item, which is a public hearing, minor land development with Unified Development Plan Review, Greenhouse Dispensary. Is there anyone representing the applicant?
Good evening. My name is Ken Tetzner. I am 50% owner of Greenhouse Dispensary. Some of you may know me from my role as an active member of the Economic Development Committee or from my many years as the owner of Phil's Restaurant on Main Street in Wakefield, which I proudly operated here in town for nearly 3 decades. During that time, I spearheaded the Wakefield Village Association, and I served as the president for 10 years. I worked on things such as the River Fire, Holiday Stroll, was very community-oriented. My ties to this community remain strong. I recently hosted the 10th annual Oktoberfest downtown, continuing a tradition of bringing people to Main Street. Finally, I live on Main Street with my son and my wife, and I've lived in South Kingstown for 30 years now. With Greenhouse Dispensary, our mission is to improve the quality of life and well-being of our future customers through the responsible use of cannabis. Tonight, we are seeking a special use permit to construct our dispensary at 711 Kingstown Road. The existing post and beam building, originally constructed by Richard Clark, reflects the character of our community, and we'd like to stick with that. We intend to preserve that look and breathe new life into the property that's been sitting there dormant for a while, ensuring that our project blends seamlessly with the surrounding area. Beyond the benefits to our customers, this new business will also provide meaningful tax revenue that can help support the town budget as well. To bring this vision to life, we have assembled a team of experienced professionals who will present testimony on different aspects of the project. Allow me to introduce them. Matt McGeorge is our lead architect in design. Louis Gentile is a civil engineer who works for Elite Engineering. Kevin Alverston is our landscape architect. Herman Peralata is our traffic engineer with extensive knowledge of the area. He's done many projects here. Ed Pimentel, a professional planner who will explain how our business aligns with the town's comprehensive plan. And finally, our lead counsel, Jeff Padua, who will outline how we have met all the legal obligations for this application. At this moment, I'd like to introduce Jeff.
Thank you, Ken, and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Jeff Padua. I'm an attorney, I was associated with the Compassion Center application for the same location back in 2020, so I have some familiarity about that. This is a proposal to develop an adult use cannabis retail store. It is in the Cannabis Overlay District for retail, which is generally in the intersection of Kingstown Road and Old Tower Hill Road. What I'd like to do is to start off by going through the zoning ordinance, section 504-15, which lay out the specific and objective criteria for a special use permit, and reference you to the materials that we have provided in support of each of these things. So first would be the legal name and address, which we've provided in the application and in several of the other materials. A copy of the articles of incorporation, which have been provided. The name, address, and date of birth of the principal officers and board members, which are Ken Tetzner and Michael Watkins. The map identifying the distances between the proposed facility and nearest edge of the abutting zoning districts was provided. A copy of our application to the Rhode Island Cannabis Control Commission for the adult use retail license has been submitted, and we have provided zoning maps and evidence that the proposed facility will not be within 1,000 feet of a public or private school, preschool, or licensed daycare center, and will not be within 2,000 feet of any other marijuana retail facility or cultivation facility. We represent that the applicant will absolutely comply with the hours of operation, which will be limited to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And the development plan will include and does include appropriate security measures to deter and prevent the unauthorized entrance into areas containing marijuana, and each location has an operational security alarm system. We've provided our security plan with a security system proposal from our alarm security vendor, AAA Security. In addition, zoning ordinance section 504.15F requires that the development plans to be in compliance with the following conditions, and I'll be offering our experts to talk about these conditions as well as give you a much more in-depth understanding of the proposal. So the requested use at the proposed location is sufficiently buffered in relation to any residential area in the immediate vicinity, so as not to adversely affect that area. Our landscape architect, Kevin Alverson, will speak to that. The exterior appearance of the structure is consistent with the exterior appearance of existing structures within the immediate neighborhood. Our project architect, Matt McGeorge, will speak to that. Lighting is provided to illuminate the marijuana retail facility and its immediately surrounding area and any accessory uses, including storage areas, parking lots, the front facade, and adjoining public sidewalks. Our engineer, Louis Gentile, will speak to that. And finally, the applicant will absolutely comply with all state and local licensing requirements. In connection with our application for special use, we're also seeking minor land development approval, and those, the standards and findings are found in your development plan review regulations, Roman numeral 3A and Roman numeral 4F3. We will address those in our presentation. So at this point, I'd like to start having our expert consultants speak to you. I have, and I've been given the opportunity to pass on their CVs, their resumes. If I could pass those out now. Thank you.
Certainly.
Our first witness is going to be Matt McGeorge, McGeorge Architecture. He's an architect. And I'll have Matt start off by explaining to you his education training experience as an architect, and then I'll ask you if you will recognize him as an expert in architecture.
Good evening. Thank you all for your time. My name is Matthew McGeorge, architect of record. Some of you may be familiar with me already, having presented at Sheldon. I have a Bachelor of Environmental Design from the University of Tasmania, a master's degree in architecture from Illinois Institute of Technology in Chicago. I've been in private practice for 15 years now. Have been practicing for almost 30 years. I currently hold active licenses in 10 states. I've been a cannabis specialist for 10 years, having worked on the first applications in the state of Rhode Island for the summit. And we have designed, permitted, and built over 2 million square feet of cultivation, manufacturing, and retail facilities throughout the country.
Madam Chair, I ask that Mr. McGeorge be recognized as an expert in architecture.
Could you repeat that?
Yes, I ask that you recognize him as an expert in architecture.
We actually, we don't swear people in, and we just allow them to give us the credentials. We don't give any kind of recognition. But that doesn't mean it's not deserved.
All right, then. Well, I'm going to ask Mr. McGeorge to explain to you what his assignment was, what he's done, and then the results of that assignment.
Sure, thank you. So I'll try to be brief. I'd like to think that the application is pretty self-explanatory from the architectural side, and you'll probably have more questions for the site civil and landscaping teams. So we were approached to provide special use permitting application support for this site on the coattails of the previous applicant. What we basically did was went in, photographed, measured the existing building, and provided what we consider to be the least obtrusive design for a functional, secure cannabis retail facility. So the intent is to maintain the integrity of the original post and beam structure the best as possible for the retail operation and provide a subservient addition for the intake, vault, and fulfillment aspects of the operation, and provide accessory office space on the second floor. These are the two-dimensional elevations, which are pretty flat and boring. You can see if you go to the next page, it's probably better. So you can see the primary structure is effectively intact. We've added a couple of gable dormers with a shed dormer between them to increase light and volume for the support office space above. And we've provided weather protection at the existing entrances on the south and north side. The second image down shows the subservient addition for the intake, vault, and secure delivery operations of the facility. That's pretty much the long and short of it. It's effectively no change in use from mercantile to mercantile, from a greenhouse to a cannabis dispensary. We like to think that we're being respectful of the existing building and the existing site. And so that being said, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions, comments from board members? Really nice design.
Thank you.
Matt, let me just ask you a few specific questions. With respect to parking at the TRC, we heard that we had a little too much, so have you reduced that, and how have you done that?
That would be a better question for the civil engineer. We understand that's a pretty common issue, so I'll defer that to
All
the
right,
site
I thought
team.
I saw you had an exhibit 1.4, and there was a rendering of that.
If you scroll down to the bottom,
No?
nope.
Okay.
That's good enough.
Okay. A couple other questions. Is the exterior appearance of the structure consistent with the exterior appearance of existing structures within the immediate neighborhood?
Yes, we believe it is.
And is the lighting provided to illuminate the marijuana retail facility and its immediate surrounding area, any accessory uses, including storage, parking, front facade?
Yes, yep. And we provided site photometric exhibits as part of the application.
And from your professional opinion, will there be any significant negative environmental impacts from the proposed development as shown on the plans?
No.
And in your opinion, will the granting of approval result in conditions inimical, which means harmful or destructive, to the public health, safety, and welfare?
I don't believe so.
And will the plans for the project comply with all the requirements of the zoning ordinance and the regulations?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next, let me have Kevin Alverson, who's Alverson Landscape Architecture. He's a landscape architect. And Kevin, if you would start off by giving your education, training, experience as a landscape architect.
Sure. Thank you very much. My name is Kevin Alverson. I'm a registered landscape architect, an owner and president of Kevin M. Alverson Landscape Architecture in Wickford, Rhode Island. I've been in business, I've been a practicing landscape architect for 20 years. I've owned my own firm now for going on 12 to 13 years. As I mentioned, I'm registered in the state of Rhode Island to practice landscape architecture. My formal education was from the University of Rhode Island, graduated in 2002, magna cum laude, and have been practicing landscape architecture ever since.
Would you explain the assignment you had, what you did, and the results of your assignment?
Sure. I was retained on this project to work with the project team, the engineers, the architects, to blend the landscape of the property with the design and aid in some of the pedestrian and vehicular circulation, and also coordinate with the site engineer on low-impact development, bioretention, stormwater facilities. But in addition to all of that, I was brought on to be able to review the town's landscape ordinance and provide a landscape plan that meets the ordinance or meets the intent of the ordinance while also blending well from a site design standpoint. I visited the site on a number of occasions, observed what the existing conditions of the site are. I'm sure a lot of the board members here are familiar with it. The existing structure that's there, which Mr. McGeorge has outlined, will remain and have an appendage that's on there. Where that appendage is currently where there's some relics of some older greenhouse structures and things that were part of the former operation. Largely, the site itself is an open gravel parking area along the western portion of it. Along the eastern portion of it, it's kind of being reclaimed, we'll say, by some field species of vegetation, lots of field goldenrod, some sumac that's coming in. There's a wooded buffer that runs along the eastern portion of the site, adjacent to some of the wetland areas that are over there. That is forested, but there's a lot of invasive species or things that are sort of on the cusp of that. There's some black locusts and things of that nature, but there's also some remnants of the operation that was there before. So some planted species. There's some river birch, some larger maples and oaks. The intent of the project is to retain all of that vegetation and to further buffer it by some shrub vegetation. As you'll see, the plant schedule is on there for people who are familiar with it. We've utilized an entirely native species plant list. So the intent is to supplement the buffers along the north, the east, the southeast, and the southwest with additional native shrub and tree vegetation, mixture of evergreen and deciduous. We're also providing tree canopy coverage in accordance with the town's landscape ordinance. We're actually in excess of that. Sheet L2, I believe, of the plan set that's in your packet has a zoning matrix up in the upper right-hand corner that identifies the particular sections of the code and how we're addressing those. So you'll see that there's a calculation for tree canopy coverage. We're actually in excess of that, as well as a calculation for amount of shrub coverage. We're in excess of that by many-fold. And along the western, if we could go back to the other sheet, the one other item that I wanted to discuss briefly is that based on comments from the design review from the town, we did research and review the landscape plan for the parcel that butts this project to the southwest to make sure that our landscape plan was in keeping, or not in keeping with, but I guess was complementary to that. Make sure that there was no conflicts with the plantings that we're proposing. And so we have addressed that since the previous submission. There was a plan that was submitted back in October. I believe the one we're looking at right now is from September. So there was a later plan. If that's not available, I do have it digitally that I could provide to you.
Let me just ask you before, Madam Chair, do you want to propound questions?
I was going to ask board members for questions, comments. I would imagine there'll be a few.
I was just going to ask him a couple of specific questions, if you want me to do that now or after. All right,
That's
so
fine.
just a couple of specific questions. Will the requested use as a cannabis retail store at the proposed location be sufficiently buffered in relation to any residential area in the immediate vicinity so as to not adversely affect that area?
Yes, I believe it does.
And in your opinion, will there be no significant impact environmentally from the proposed development as shown on the final plans?
That's correct. I believe it will not. In fact, I believe it will actually provide some improvement because there are some of those areas, as mentioned before, that are being reclaimed. We're not intending to turf grass this. You'll see that we are actually proposing a pollinator meadow mix as well for large portions of the eastern portion of the site. And then the increase in the biodiversity of our native species, we feel that's actually going to be a net plus for environmentally to the site.
And last specific question, will the granting of approval result in conditions inimical, meaning harmful or destructive to the public health, safety, and welfare?
No, it will not.
Questions, comments from board members on the landscape?
I have a couple.
Go ahead, Susan.
Hi.
Good evening.
evening.
I have a few comments to make about this. I
Okay.
saw you all at TRC, so it was great. I had a little sneak preview of
Okay,
what y'all are
great.
planning to do. There are a couple of comments I wanted to make about your plant choice.
Yeah.
I am super happy to see your diversity of native plants that you're using on the site.
Great.
I'm very happy to see that you have year-round interest. You've got some evergreens, you've got some winterberry, you've got all kinds of year-round interest, so I think that that will lend itself well to a year-round nature of your business. I'm also very happy to see the native meadow, where it will require less maintenance, less fertilizer, less monkeying with it, just sort of let it be back there.
Yeah.
And I think that that was a really wonderful choice to use for that. And you're saving the trees along the perimeter. So I just want to, for me, this was a top-notch A-plus effort here, so thank you. They
thank
don't
you.
all look like that. This is really, really good.
Thank you.
So I do have just one question, though, and I think part of that is about the property line with People's Credit Union, the new business going into your west. And so if you could talk about that perimeter, because it looks to me, I'm not sure I understand your designs here, that you have some things labeled on the bank's side of the property line. I don't know if you're putting in some vegetation on their property line.
We are not.
Not this one.
I believe you might be referring to the...
Sheet L1, landscape plan. You have some, on their side, you've got a notation of abutting plantings, contiguous hedge, shad, arborvitae, and winterberry, but it appears to be on their side of the property line. So I don't know if you're notating what they're planning to do, or if you're doing something there.
That is the revised plan. The one that's up on the display right now is the previous version, so that's why you're not seeing the continuity there. Those notations are for what's existing or what's proposed by the abutter along there. So we wanted to be able to monument what those were, what the approvals were. That is, those are plants that are on their property that are proposed on their landscape plan, their approved landscape plan.
Okay, so you've just added it to your landscape plan for
Just
clarity?
Yes, for clarity, exactly. Because
Okay.
what we're doing is we're planting on our side of that, and so we wanted to make sure that we were planting plants that were of size and scale that were not going to conflict with that.
Got it. Okay. So it looks like, so along the driveway right now, it's a little, it's a little ratty looking.
Yeah.
Are they planning to redo all of that, and are you planting along the driveway too, or is it just, are you relying on what they're doing along the driveway?
They're providing a dense hedge along, according to their approved plans, a dense hedge that entire run along, I guess it would be the north side, the south side of the entrance drive, their north property line. So on our previous plan, we did have some additional trees that were going in there, but those trees would not be able to fit with what they're proposing right up to the property line. So what we've done instead is we're proposing plants on the north side of the entry drive. So there'll be a run of native grasses along that north edge of the entry drive.
Okay. So so the driveway runs exactly along that property line? So they'll have responsibility for everything next to the driveway?
I'm not sure if I followed.
Sorry.
Yep.
On the entrance drive?
Yep.
It sounds like all of the plantings on that southerly side will be theirs?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, and ours would be on the north side of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that is all I had right now for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A couple of questions and thoughts. You have a lot of switchgrass, too much. It doesn't look great in the winter. I appreciate your use on the other species of natives and interesting plants that we don't often see used, but that's too much. Maybe you can make some substitutions in there so it's not one enormous line of, especially the winter look. You'll see references in our regs to ISA standards as far as tree planting, and then, I don't know if this was just a cut and paste error on your landscape notes, but you have a lot in there about changes to sizes, numbers, species, that needs to have approval from the administrative officer if changes like that are made. Then there's some in 6.2 that talks about that the contractor shall warranty everything for 1 year. Within the period other than due to natural actions, natural disaster, neglect. That shouldn't be in there. If they neglect the plants, then it's their responsibility. So again, I thought maybe this was a cut and paste something from something else.
That, we can certainly tighten up that language. That's usually in there because there's like a tit for tat between the owner and the contractor of so if somebody's supposed to water and the other one doesn't. But we do have notations in there about the contractor watering the plants until establishment, so I think we can tighten up the language.
And then number 9 is just nonsensical. Final building, landscape by owner. Doesn't make any sense. And then, just any of the other references to substitutions have to be approved by the administrative officer.
Madam Chair, if I can just clarify that, your notes are basically between the owner of the building and the site contractor.
That's correct.
What the planning board needs is basically the contractual language between the applicant and their responsibilities to be beholden to the approved plan. So if the applicant neglects the material and it dies, that's a civil matter between applicant and installer. But the town still expects that the landscape's replaced regardless of its condition and who's responsible for it. The same goes for, as Maria pointed out, any swap in material. You can have that conversation between owner and landscape architect and contractor, but you can't just unilaterally switch everything, change caliper size, change plant size, that now contradicts your approved plans without administrative officer approval or actually going back to the planning board. So again, I think it's a change between your normal notes between owner and contractor as construction drawings and then approval drawings for the planning board.
Sure, I understand.
That's all I have. I'm sure you can come up with some substitute for the...
Yes, absolutely. The switchgrass, you leave it up for the wintertime because that's the native bee habitat. That's where they nest. So anyway, we can mix it up.
But no, I get that. That's...
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anything else from anyone? Joe?
It's more of a general question than landscaper, but several years ago, and it might have been 2020, I believe we reviewed and approved Compassion Center for this site, as well as 3 other sites, I think, in town. My lack of knowledge, I guess, in the area, what's the difference between a Compassion Center and a dispensary?
That's a great question. So a Compassion Center license is a medical-only license for medical marijuana, people who have a prescription, and that license allows the license holder to cultivate or grow, to manufacture, convert that plant into rosin or what have you to be used in products, and also to retail sell. That's what the Compassion Center license is. This license that will be applied for is an adult use retail license. They will only be allowed to sell. Absolutely no cultivation, absolutely no manufacturing. They will acquire the product in packaging, sealed from a cultivator, bring it into their vault and sell it in that fashion. So it's a big difference, much less intensive.
So, okay, thank you, because I didn't know that. But also, what does that mean as far as differences in impact? Would we expect more traffic here than at a Compassion Center? Is there more security? Is there less security? What's the differences?
Yeah, so Rhode Island first had 3 Compassion Centers. When you approved all of those additional facilities in 2020, I think, there was a lottery
The state divided the state up into 6 zones, and they picked 1 additional compassion center for each of those 6 zones. 4 additional compassion centers have opened, 2 have never opened for a variety of reasons. So we have the original 3 plus those 4, that's 7. Those 7 then were allowed to obtain what they call a hybrid retail license, so they could do medical as a compassion center, and then they could do adult use, so they do both. Right? Now, this facility will be retail only, and the state is adding up to 24 licenses. Again, 6 zones, 4 licenses per zone. So what's happening in the industry is things are getting built out, and we're not getting a lot more people consuming. They're just going to more of their local places because they can go to Massachusetts, they can go to Connecticut. And so I think overall, the number of customers and the gross sales is pretty stable. And so by adding these additional 24, you're going to basically divide the industry into smaller chunks, subject to business owners being able to attract customers.
So what I was trying to understand was back in 2020 when the board reviewed that and approved it. I'm not sure who was here. I know Maria or myself was. I'm not sure if Susan possibly was or not. Okay, but there was a lot of good thought, deliberations, considerations that resulted in conditions of approval. And I'm trying to understand whether those conditions of approval would still be applicable or whether some of them may not be quite as needed because less traffic, I don't know. But I think it would be good if we had those conditions of approval, or if at least you also reviewed the conditions of approval and see if that is something that's applicable for this. I mean, there was a lot of consideration given to Kingstown Road, and I remember a lot of consideration given to the driveway coming in, signage, landscaping out in Kingstown Road, all those types of things. I'm not quite sure what actually ended up in the final approval, but I think it's worth taking a look at.
That's noted, thank you.
One of the things I remember is that there were 2 traffic studies done, and they were like, 1,000 feet apart, came up with 2 different levels of service. Not questioning yours, just that's one of the things I remember.
Yeah.
Strange.
Yeah. There had been, I think I did see that 1.4, that slide 1.4, whoever was controlling it up, but if not, it's all right. Okay, let's move on. You can show that? No? We're going to move on. All right, our next expert, Louis Gentile, Insight Engineering Services, an engineer. Louis?
Yep.
Why don't you tell us about your education training experience as an engineer?
Sure. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Louis Gentile from Insight Engineering, 1539 Fall River Ave in Seekonk, Massachusetts. I graduated from Roger Williams University in 2018 with a Bachelor of Science in Engineering. For the past 6 years, I've been practicing civil engineering. And after obtaining the required amount of working experience, I've now been a certified professional engineer in Rhode Island for 2 years. In that brief amount of time, I've worked in other local municipalities such as Middletown and Portsmouth and presented projects to the planning board that have completed construction and are currently undergoing construction at this time.
All right, so why don't you explain your assignment, what you did to complete that assignment, and the results for us?
Sure. So the primary objective of my role here in the site was to work on the site layout, some of the site lighting, grading, drainage, and then erosion and sediment control. I'm sure some of you are familiar with the site, but it's located on the east side of Kingstown Road, Route 108, north of Main Street in South Kingstown. The topography of the site has a slope or an elevation around 37 at Kingstown Road. The elevation slopes up to about 40 at the center of the site and then pitches back down to elevation 37 as you move easterly towards the wetland area. It was mentioned previously, or testified earlier, that the site currently is largely graveled, mainly what is considered an impervious area. We aim to improve the conditions of the site via landscaping and other measures to improve environmental impacts. If you flip to the next site, you'll see or the next page, you'll see some of the improvements that we're suggesting. I actually see that this is an older version of the plan. There were comments made to have a phased parking diagram such that about 23 spots would be designated as a landscaping area unless needed in the future. So we presented that to the plan, to the board, and it can be seen on the most recent set of the plans. There were some comments made recently by one of the engineers that the town has hired, Mark Conboy, which I can address either now or later. I'm not sure what would be the best practice, but I'll continue my presentation and take those questions as we move forward. Yeah. The grading, the stormwater management for the site largely remains unchanged from what was previously approved back in 2001, I believe. There was a proposed building that was going to be installed closer to the wetlands. We're now reducing that scale of development by reusing the existing footprint of the building. That should largely reduce environmental impacts, reduce stormwater runoff, and as such, some of the previously proposed measures such as catch basins and sediment forebays have been removed as there's no direct runoff going to some of those infiltration facilities. That's about all I have.
Ryan, could I ask you to go back to the landing page where you can see the submissions, our submissions from the town website?
Oh.
Yeah, so in the left column, second from the bottom, yeah, click on that one. Yeah, if you scroll down, that's the 1.4 exhibit I was referring to earlier. And you can see between the stockade fence and the parking lot, the initial proposal for TRC, that was all parking. And the feedback was too much parking. So we've reduced all that parking so that the parking's now only against the building. I think that was something like 20 spots, right?
23
spots. So that's what we're all talking about there. A couple of specific questions. Will there be no significant negative environmental impacts from the proposed development as shown on the plans?
There will not be any significant negative environmental impacts in this proposed development.
And are all the proposed land developments, strike that, is this project, does it have adequate and permanent physical access to public street?
Yes.
And will the granting of approval result in conditions inimical to the public health, safety, and welfare?
They will not.
And will the granting of the approval substantially or permanently injure the appropriate use of the product and the property in the surrounding area or zoning district?
No.
All right. Let's talk about the DEM. So your understanding is that September 23rd, 2021, DEM approved the application. What was the application for? What's the approval for?
So that was a wetlands program and Rhode Island pollution discharge elimination system. That was applied for back then.
All right, and recently that was renewed to September 23rd, 2027?
Yes.
And that was by a letter in October of last month?
Correct.
All right. That was based on an engineering report prepared previously back in 2020 that had been submitted?
Yes, I have that with me and could reference it if need be.
Right, and so the feedback that we received from Mr. Conboy was that our proposal is different than the one upon which the DEM provided approval, correct?
Correct. There are minor differences which I would claim reduce stormwater impacts on the site.
Okay, why don't you explain that?
Sure. So I mentioned a little bit earlier in the site that application that was made previously proposed an entire new building with a larger footprint. First and foremost, this is now a smaller development, a smaller building, which in nature will generate a lower amount of stormwater runoff. It's also further away from the wetlands, which would have a lower impact on the wetland species and the wildlife in that area, and be further away from the buffers that Rhode Island DEM regulates, and would have a smaller impact in general.
Notwithstanding that, as Mr. Conboy points out, the approval said, quote, in large caps apparently, no changes allowed without prior approval, correct?
Correct.
So even though it might be less intrusive, we still need to go back and get approval for the change of plan, and that's what Mr. Conboy has pointed out, correct?
Yes.
And so
yes.
we'll do that, right?
Absolutely, yes. So this plan meets all the requirements of Rhode Island Stormwater DEM, and we will get the approvals that were required for those.
Now, Mr. Conboy had two other points that he made. Why don't you address those for us?
Sure. Mr. Conboy, I see you mentioned here that 8-foot overflow weir now has no useful purpose based on the latest site plan revisions. I would ask that you elaborate slightly on that. My understanding is that overflow would still be functioning as an emergency overflow for larger stormwater events.
Well, for that BMP, there's two overflows. The northerly overflow is an inflow from the sediment trap. There's no longer a sediment trap, so there's no longer a need for the overflow from the sediment trap into the infiltration, sand filter or whatever that is. Bioretention area. Correct. But you do have another overflow, and that one stands. That's fine. The southerly one is the overflow out.
Were you referring to the southerly overflow being not needed?
The inflow, which was the northerly one,
was removed.
Is no longer needed.
Correct.
Because there's no longer a sediment trap.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood that you were referring to the southerly, but I understand you more clearly now.
Correct.
And then there was a comment also made to add cross-section details, concrete overflows, sediment traps, catch basins, things of that nature, which were on the previously approved plan, which we can absolutely add to this plan on any further submissions to you guys.
Could you just comment on the lighting?
Yes, so there's a lighting plan that's provided. It shows we're proposing a number of pole lights on the site, as well as some building-mounted light fixtures that function primarily for security on the site. All lighting on the site has security in mind, as that's a key priority for this development. You could see the foot candles on here for the residential properties over on the east side of the site. No lights leaking into their properties. There's very minimal lighting pollution that's leaving the property, and anything that is strictly for illumination and security between the access road and the property itself.
I had a question about lighting. Given the security nature of this, how can it be or should it be designed so it isn't overlit? Obviously, I'm assuming it's dark sky compliant fixtures and so on, but can you talk a little bit about that and also tell us the height of the poles?
Yeah, I don't have the lighting levels. You specified the poles though, so can you clarify the heights? Is it on the?
It might be on the plan.
Photometric schedule.
I know it's an electrical engineer question, not a civil engineer, but between all of you, you should be able to.
So, Madam Chair, on sheet 6, they're referring to the pole height as 20 feet, but that doesn't take into consideration a base. So typically, it would be a 2 to 5 foot base. If it's a 2-foot base, it'd be an 18-foot pole. If it was a 5-foot base, it'd be a 15-foot pole, similar to what was approved for the credit union.
I would say that building-mounted light will be, obviously everything will be dark sky compliant. It would be extremely easy to address any conditional concerns of the planning board. The pole on the driveway itself could virtually be eliminated by virtue of the street lighting and the abutting commercial properties, but again, navigational safety, public safety, at that location, the rest of the perimeter site is virtually negligible. There's 0 foot candles on the entire east side, 0.1 at the north, which is the wooded area. So if there was some more specific criteria that you needed to address, it would be extraordinarily easy to accommodate.
Great. What's the height of the peak of the roof?
It's existing, I don't remember.
I don't know if I have that.
Yeah, we're not, it's the existing cupola and the existing ridge are remaining. We're not, nothing we're doing is on the existing height.
Just speak in the mic so that, thanks.
I actually don't have that handy because nothing we're doing is affecting the height of the existing building.
I asked the question only to get an idea of the ratio between the light height and the peak of the roof. It's hard to see from the drawings. They look really tall and skinny, but so do some of the trees.
It's
so.
probably 25 feet to the ridge of the
Okay.
main structure and 30 feet to the cupola.
Okay, good. Yes, certainly.
Just one more lighting question. Are these lights, both the building lights and the pole lights, are they on only when the facility is open, the 8 to 8, or are they on constantly?
I believe there's a level of security lighting that would always be on.
Yeah, I think the site lighting could be managed based on hours of operation. The immediate building-mounted lighting would likely be, honestly, we haven't looked at it. We can, if it was a condition to have, I don't think anybody likes motion sensors, especially in this type of environment where there would be wildlife turning them on and off. We can talk about mandating a diminished light level at certain hours, reducing them, with dimmable lighting controls, photocells, things like that. So that's things that can be managed pretty easily.
I'll just comment, it would be nice if the lighting was less visible from Kingston Road. We know you have to meet your security requirements, but by lighting up that area behind other stores, it kind of gives that whole industrial, retail area, makes it bigger. And it would be nice if the lighting back there was not so visible from Kingston Road, and if possible.
Yeah, that's certainly something we can come back with, again, whether it's a conditional approval or a more refined, design solution.
Keep the native bees happier. Keep the native bees happier. Signage, have you folks talked about signage at all?
No.
Yeah, we didn't really focus on signage for this.
So assuming it will comply with the local regulations and further enhance the lovely architecture on site.
Typically, how we approach signage on these applications is it's completely deferred because it's a separate permit, and we don't want to muddy the waters with the special use permitting because that's an entirely different permitting process. So we would come back with fully compliant signage applications.
Susan?
Hi.
Hi.
So I have some questions for you. Okay, so I appreciate you're doing two-phase parking. So you have phase 1, and then you have phase 2.
Yep.
Do you have a 1.5? Like,
No.
are you adding 23 or bust, or is there a way to add a portion of parking that you would need for your, would you be able to add half of that additional parking if you didn't need 23 more spaces?
I think if ownership is comfortable with that, they would absolutely comply. I don't think they want to have more parking than is necessary. So
Nor would we.
No,
But-
so,
But we also
you know.
want you parked, but at the same time, okay. With phase 1 and phase 2, I just wanted to see if there was a gray space in there where we could add some parking without paving the whole site?
We could add that if it's a request, a conditional request to have a phase 2.5 of, say, because there's 13 parking spaces to the north and then 10 to the south. So a phase 1.5 would be, just that north lot. We could certainly draft a plan for that if that's something you're looking for.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is about, so are you the guy that's doing the fence, or is that the landscaping?
Landscaping.
Okay, so it's a really
Hello.
quick question.
Sure.
And just restate your name for the record.
Sure. For the record, my name is Kevin Alverson, landscape architect.
The fence that you're proposing along the back property line is lovely, and what's there now is not.
Yeah.
But you did also just mention wildlife and lighting. Is there some provision with this stockade fencing to allow wildlife to pass through, because you are sitting on top of a wetland?
Yeah.
Like, is it raised up off the ground, or are there gaps in it? Like, I don't know what the purpose of the fencing is, if you're trying to keep people out, or like what the purpose is, but is there a way to make it wildlife friendly?
Yes. So the purpose is kind of twofold. It is security, but at the same time as it's helping to buffer, particularly down towards the southeast, I guess it is, looking out towards the apartment area over there. So from the security standpoint, having bigger gaps in there is probably not, but I have done that before, where we raised the bottom of the fence by like 8 inches or something like that to allow at least small wildlife passage. And we can also analyze it and look a little bit closer at if there's some opportunities to open that up a little bit more. But again, we have to be cognizant of the security side of it as well. So, but it's certainly something we can look at.
Right. But I mean, I assume that if I was going to, if I wanted to get onto your property, there's 3 other directions I could come from. Like,
Right.
it sounds like it's really secure.
Correct. Yeah, the
Right.
north right now doesn't have any fencing that's through there.
Right.
So coming through like Old Mountain Field, I guess it is over there, like it's kind of open. So there is access around the fence on
Right.
both sides. But I do think that's a very good point about raising that up. That's a good addition.
That's great. Thank you very much. Just think about the wildlife.
Sure.
Okay, so my other question is not about the fence. Could I ask about the terminus of the stream at the far eastern edge of the property? And right now, there seems to be a culvert, but you're building a retaining wall. And I don't know if in the plans there was a design for the retaining wall that I've simply missed, or if that hasn't been engineered. But there's a retaining wall, and then I'm not sure where the stream goes. And also, is there a special permit for doing all of that construction in that wetland stream bed? And so I just was asking about the retaining wall and the stream there.
I could speak to the retaining wall in the sense that that's typically something the contractor would submit shop drawings for. We're not a structural engineer, but it is a relatively small wall that should have a low impact. That specific area of the site has remained unchanged from what was approved previously. So any of the conditions that were on that first application, wouldn't be we haven't changed any of that retaining wall area with this submission.
Okay. So I don't know, like legally or technically, do we need to transfer that engineering and that approval from that first approval over to this project? Like,
Madam Chair, just for clarity, they do show a standard masonry block wall on their sheet, on their detail sheet. So I don't understand why the engineer is, before you testifying, he doesn't know what the wall's going to be when it's on his plans with his signature on them.
I'd like to apologize for the confusion. We do, if we're proposing a generalized detail, it's not uncommon for the contractor to submit an approved shop drawing that we could then further approve. I believe that there could be approved alternatives on that detail, and that's more of a basis of design, not necessarily a hard and fast to scale drawing.
thank you. Because it's in a stream bed, is there specific, so I don't understand how it works. Are there specific permits you need from DEM to do any kind of monkeying around in that stream bed, or is that?
Typically, depending on the size of a stream, some do require additional permitting. I'm unfamiliar with any of the specific permits that would be required for that.
Okay, so I guess I'll leave it up to you all to figure out what permitting and what design you'll need to address that retaining wall and the change of the location of that driveway, the change of the stream direction and where the stream terminates. I'll leave that in your hands.
Sure.
Thank you.
Other questions from board members at this point?
Madam Chair, just a point of clarity. You're reviewing a specific set of plans. Whether the manufacturer is Versalock or Mesa Wall, it's still a modular block segmented wall. That's what you're designing. If you're saying that's not your design, please take your PE off that set of plans. Because your PE's on there, you're proposing to the planning board, and in your DEM application, I'm sure it had the same set of plans and details. So if you're proposing an alternative to that, then these plans aren't accurate. And then I'm not sure what the planning board's looking at or approving.
Sure. I don't want to claim that that is specifically my stamp either, because that's not my stamp. That's, Paul Carlson, he's the principal engineer at Insight Engineering, but I am still heavily involved in this design. I just don't want to give the wrong impression that that's my stamp, because that's not my stamp.
So to Jamie's point, is there a better alternative on the retaining wall?
I guess we will obtain any of the required permits from Rhode Island DEM. The scope of work for that retaining wall hasn't changed from the previously approved design. If we are required to submit new applications to Rhode Island DEM or renew existing applications with Rhode Island DEM, we will do that prior to final approval.
Jamie, thoughts, just because it seems like a less, Mark, please.
If I may,
Yes.
the original DEM approval plan does have a specific detail for that wall. That was approved by DEM, so I mean, that essentially really hasn't changed. It's just, as Jamie stated, it may be a different type of wall Versalock versus another wall, but in a sense, it's the same thing. It's the same height, same width, same dimensions that's shown on the DEM plan. So, I mean, if they propose a detail that's similar on their plans, that would be sufficient.
And Jamie, correct me if I'm wrong, were you suggesting perhaps another type of retaining wall that might be more in keeping with the restoration effort and everything else they're doing on the site?
I just think in fairness to the planning board and fairness to staff, both planning and engineering, that we're reviewing a specific set of plans, and to have an applicant stand before you saying, well, it may be this, but we're not quite sure. We'll just figure it out at some point in the future and then make sure our permits are in order. What I didn't hear is, and make sure we're compliant with the plans that were approved by the planning board. If not, go through a permitting process that makes sure you either amended your approvals to be compliant or something other than that. Because the difficulty would be is when the town goes to look at zoning compliance as it relates to issuing a building certificate of occupancy, we're looking at this wall on this plan to be built in the place you're showing. If it differs from that and you don't have approval from that, that will delay, if not jeopardize, your certificate of occupancy.
I just want to weigh in on this.
Just restate your name for the record. We know
Okay.
who you are, but,
Ken Tetzner. The wall that's on the plan is what we plan on building that has already been passed in the previous plans. So there's no confusion. As of right now, that is the wall we plan on building. It's already been approved on the previous plan and permitted. So if you would like to see something different, I think that's where we might have a little gray area. Then we can discuss that and we'll move forward in that direction. Does that make sense?
Sure.
I don't think I was looking for something different, but I think because the original plan was 6 years ago, and the majority of us weren't here 6 years ago, it would be super helpful to have it included in this package as something that we can evaluate, because that's not something we have access to right now.
Per some of the details that I already mentioned, we would be adding, such as, the cross sections of the infiltration basins that were on the previously approved plan. I think it would make things more clear, to remove the detail that I'm showing on my plan for the segmented block retaining wall, and use specifically the exact plan, the detail that was approved previously, a capture of that on these plans. So there's no discrepancy between what we're proposing now or what we were proposing back in 2001, such that it's the exact same wall that was proposed then and approved as well.
Anything else from board members for engineering before we get to the public hearing? Assuming this is your last. I have 2 others. Okay. We have another public hearing after you, so let's keep it fairly
You got it.
brief.
Done?
Yep.
Okay.
I'd like to have Herman Peralta from Pari Corporation, who has done the traffic analysis. Herman, why don't you give your education, training, experience, and then talk about your work on this project?
Sure. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Herman Peralta. I am a project manager with PAR Corporation. I graduated from the University of Rhode Island back in '06. I've got about 20 years of experience in transportation engineering with a main focus in traffic. And I'm a registered professional engineer in multiple New England states, including Rhode Island.
And why don't you please talk about your assignment, what you did, and the results.
Sure. As a traffic engineer, PAR completed a traffic study. So the first step that we typically do to complete a traffic study is to try to define a study area. And that's based on, number one, the intended use of the development. Second is the scale of the project. And third, the location of the site within the community. So based on those 3 things, we had defined a study area that includes Kingstown Road, just a little bit north of the site driveway, south to Main Street and Old Tower Hill Road. We did also analyze 4 intersections, 2 of which are the existing signalized intersection of Kingstown Road and the Village Access Roadway, which that Village Access Roadway, I'm just referring it to for quick reference because that site access roadway adjacent to the site south of it doesn't have a formal street name. And the second intersection that we had looked at is the signalized intersection of Kingstown Road with Main Street and Old Tower Hill Road. The other 2 study intersections that we looked at are the site driveways, which are existing. The first site driveway is on Kingstown Road, which is restricted to enter only. And the second driveway is on the Village Access Road, which is restricted to exit only. So given the restrictions of those site access driveway, the traffic circulation for the site is, entering traffic will be obviously accessing the site driveway in Kingstown Road and then exiting out onto the Village Access roadway. And then ultimately, their egress will be at that signalized intersection of Kingstown Road and site driveway, which provides safe access because you are at a signalized intersection. I do want to note that given the site access driveways are restricted to enter and exit only, it does significantly reduce the number of vehicle conflict points, thus enhancing safety access to the site. So the next step that we had completed as part of the study is the data collection phase. This included inventory of the existing roadway network. That includes pavement width, traffic control, and so on. We then utilized turning movement counts that was collected back in 2023 at the intersection of Kingstown Road with the Village Access Roadway, Kingstown Road to Main Street, and Old Tower Hill Road. And this was collected during the weekday morning and afternoon peak periods, and also on a Saturday midday periods, given the commuter peak traffic and also the commercial nature of the area. So the weekday morning peak traffic counts was conducted between 7 to 9 a.m. and then during the PM peak between 4 to 6 p.m. And then lastly on a Saturday midday between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. We also did collect traffic speeds along Kingstown Road in the vicinity of the site. And then lastly, we obtained crash reports from a previous traffic study that was done for close to about a 4-year period between January 2020 and September 2023. just to determine any potential traffic-related issues related to traffic, to crash types and the patterns. Which leads kind of to my next segment of the study, which is the safety analysis. We had reviewed crash reports. Again, as I had previously mentioned, there was a total of about 48 crashes, with about a fifth of them resulting in minor injuries. Most of the crashes were either angle collisions or rear end collisions. Now, the angle collisions that occurred during the almost a 4-year period, it's kind of attributed to the numerous, commercial driveways along Kingstown Road, including the side streets. The rear end collisions, most of them occurred at a signalized intersection, again, which is typical for signalized intersections due to the required stopping conditions, at a red light. In terms of the site distance that we had measured, the site driveways along Kingstown Road and the Village Access Roadway was measured, and they do meet the required minimum site distance per engineering guidelines. So based on the crash history review and the site distance evaluation, the proposed development is not expected to create unsafe traffic conditions. Now, related to the impact analysis that we had completed as part of the study, we did estimate the projected trips for the proposed dispensary, which was estimated to less than 60 trips during the weekday AM peak hour, the weekday PM peak hour, and also the Saturday midday peak hour. Just to be a little bit more accurate on the trips, we're looking at about estimated 40 trips during the AM peak hour, and then about 59 trips during the weekday PM peak hour, and then about 58 trips during the Saturday midday peak. I do want to point out that per RIDOT guidelines, RIDOT doesn't even require a traffic study for any development that generates less than 100 trips. So this proposed development generates significantly less than 60 during the peak hours. So these trips were then distributed within the study area based on the existing traffic patterns. Once we had distributed those site-generated traffic, we did a capacity analysis of the study intersections. And then as part of the capacity analysis, we analyzed the 4 study intersections under existing, a future no build, and a future build conditions, projecting it to 5 years for the year 2030. So to establish the future 2030 no build conditions, we increased the existing traffic volumes using a background traffic growth. That background traffic growth was based on based on the U.S. Census data of the population of the town of South Kingstown between 2010 and 2020. Which had an annual growth rate of about 0.41%. So for us to be conservative in analysis, we established the future volumes using a 0.5% annual growth rate to 2030. Yes, yep. Additionally, so I just want to complete the capacity analysis. So based on the capacity analysis that we completed, the proposed project will have a minor effect on overall operations along the servicing roadways during the peak periods analyzed. The 2 signalized intersections I discussed earlier, overall we'll see an additional delay of a couple of seconds under future build conditions. So therefore, based on the safety and the capacity analysis conducted, it is PAR's professional opinion that the project will provide for safe and adequate access to a public street.
Let me just ask you one specific question. Will the granting of approval result in conditions inimical to the public health, safety, and welfare?
That's correct. That's correct.
It will not?
No, it will not, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Questions relating to traffic from anyone?
I have one.
Go ahead. And we want to get to the public.
Hi. So I have a quick question because I know that it's getting late. So it looks like on average you're estimating about 60 trips per hour?
Correct, during the peak hour.
Where was that number How did you come to that number?
So that's based on the floor area of the proposed dispensary, and that's based on the trip generation manual published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, which is traffic guidelines that all traffic engineers use when estimating trips for a proposed development.
But a Dunkin' Donuts is different from a dispensary, which is different from a nail salon.
Correct.
How did you study the local demand for this product and the amount of trips per day? You know, there's a shop out in Exeter, there's one over in Portsmouth. How did you determine, is 60 trips per day a standard calculation based on the floor area of a retail establishment? Or is
Correct, that's correct.
So it's not specific to your product?
But, so the trips that we had estimated, again, is based on the latest edition of the trip generation manual that has different uses. It has actually a cannabis dispensary as one land use, and we use that.
There is one. So there is one for cannabis dispensary.
That's correct.
In
Yep.
the United States, in Rhode Island, in South County?
United States, and actually these trip rates are actually based on actual traffic counts at cannabis dispensary throughout the country. That includes California, Massachusetts, wherever cannabis dispensary is legal for adult use.
Okay. So there was, I don't know where it stands right now, but back when you all were, not you, when there was an applicant looking at one of the sites in town, there was a dispensary literally on every single corner in Massachusetts, and I think Maryland also. Where we had 4 in the state, Massachusetts had hundreds. So how is that trip generation? It really depends on proximity and saturation of the market. So I'm just interested in
Yes.
how to determine a trip generation if you have 5 dispensaries or 5,000 dispensaries in your state and in your community, where that number came from and how reliable that is for what we would expect in South Kingstown.
Yeah, so the trip generation manual is based on actual counts from 2000s and 2010s. Like you had mentioned, yes, there is a lot more dispensaries in Massachusetts and Rhode Island. So the actual trip generation manual is more conservative because they don't consider, because the data is from 2010s and from 2000 2010s, where there's a lot more dispensary now. As Mr. Padua had mentioned earlier, the more dispensaries are open, the customers are more distributed to a lot more dispensaries, meaning there will be less trips for actual dispensaries that's opening up. Because like you said, there's a lot more dispensaries now in Massachusetts, and there's obviously more opening up in Rhode Island.
So if I went to the closest dispensary to here, which is over in Exeter, do they average 60 trips an hour in Exeter? Would I expect to see that math, or have you actually visited any of the local dispensaries to see what sort of, whether or not that's a reliable number? Because you're asking us to use that number for the whole, it's the basis of your traffic studies, that number, that I don't know how legitimate that is.
I mean, it's pretty legitimate because, again, the trip rates are based on actual counts that was done at actual cannabis dispensaries. This is similar to, like, let's say, like you said, a Dunkin'. It's, there's a land use called coffee donut shop with drive-through. Those counts are actually based on a coffee donut shop counts, and the trip generation manual pretty much creates a trip rate that you can use based on the gross floor area. So those, again, the trip generation manual is based on actual counts of cannabis dispensary across the United States. It's not necessarily from Exeter, but actually from cannabis dispensary in Massachusetts, California, Utah, Colorado.
Well, thank you for your answer, but I'm going to have to think on this, because if it's the only dispensary in 15 miles, the floor area of it is irrelevant. That's not what matters here. It would be proximity is what matters to trip generation.
That's correct. But again, as Mr. Padua had mentioned earlier, there's a lot more dispensary opening. So those customers are going to be more distributed to other dispensaries, meaning there's just a steady, growth of customers. You're not gonna have a lot more trips at this location because you're 50 miles away, but don't forget, there's a lot more dispensaries. Like you said, there's one in Exeter. There's dispensaries in Connecticut. There's dispensaries in Massachusetts. Before, there's only a few dispensaries in Massachusetts where you would have to travel all the way to Mass when, adult use wasn't legal yet in Rhode Island. You would have to travel all the way to Mass where there was a lot more trips. Now that there's a lot more dispensaries, there's a lot more distribution of traffic within those, those numbers of dispensaries in Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Mass.
Okay. Thank you for your answer.
Joe?
I hope that made sense.
I'm just trying to follow up on Susan's, because I'm not quite sure I got a total response. When you're saying there's a lot less, going to be a lot more, therefore there's less traffic, are you saying that from a qualitative or a quantitative perspective? Are you looking mathematically at the population served and making a correction, or is just a qualitative statement that there's going to be more, and therefore there's less traffic?
It's quantitative based on actual traffic counts that was done at cannabis dispensaries.
And then
statewide.
corrected for the population served at that specific location, or no?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't specifically say, okay, you've got a cannabis dispensary in this location and everything is 30 miles away. It doesn't. It doesn't take that into account. It's literally just based on traffic counts from actual cannabis dispensaries.
Right. I get
across
that,
the
but
country.
as Susan was saying, it's going to be different based on what the population serves. So it seems like, I get it, it's a legitimate way of doing it, but it seems it's more qualitative than quantitative.
Yeah.
That's the.
It is a national standard, correct?
Sorry, so at 1 per minute, and that's, say, a 4-minute cycle on that light out in front of Job Lot, you're going to always have at least 4 cars stacked up at that light. Is that the math here?
Everybody understand something which he explained to me earlier today? When he says 60, that's 30 in and 30 out. So if the same car goes in and out, that's 2 trips.
Correct, yep. So it's 30 cars, that's correct. So when you go in, you're considered 1 trip. When you go out, it's considered 2 trips. So you're looking at 60 trips, you're looking at about 30 vehicles. And there's a pretty quick turnover at a dispensary. Now, related to your comment about, queuing, so based on our analysis, we're only expecting at the most 2 vehicles queuing to turn left into the site driveway based on the trips that's going to be generated by the dispensary. And actually, that left turn is actually going to operate at a level of service A. So pretty much the vehicles are only waiting less than 10 seconds to take a left into the site.
I don't even know.
Any thoughts from DPS on this? Just because you're smiling, so.
No, but I agree with him on the points on the trip generation.
Okay. So this is a public hearing. I would like to get to the public, unless there's anything else pressing that board members need to ask or opine on.
You better have gummies with them.
What topic is this for?
He's land use zoning, talk about.
I think we have the statement from him in the packet. I'm not sure that we need to have a presentation unless board members and/or staff legal feel that we need to. Joe?
I think this is very similar to what we previously approved. I think the expert actually had provided testimony back then, if I remember right. I'm willing to go without it.
Just so that the board knows for the record what I did, and it'll take me 2 minutes. I'm sorry, Edward Pimentel for the record. I did work on the prior project, so the board knows at that time it was a prior comprehensive plan. So that the board knows I did review your new comprehensive plan thoroughly, and I incorporated into the new report. I was at the TRC hearing, and Ms. Axelrod was there. I have great experience because I worked with that prior project, and we definitely have a lot more experience in the field now because of where I work in East Providence. We are in a saturated market, so I've gotten to know the cannabis industry because I'm getting inundated with them. So we took, this is quick, we took a minimalist approach on this development. Because of the saturation of the market, and there will be more saturation, the activity level has decreased considerably. In fact, even in my community where we had sites we thought would be most appropriate, they said, we don't want to be there because we're just going to be stealing from other people's markets in Pawtucket and in Central Falls and other communities. And they wanted to be where they wanted to be to try to attract crowds from others so they don't have to travel as far. That's what I've been learning from the cannabis. So we thought we had great foresight, and we were redirecting, and in the end they're saying that's not how the market works. So there is a great reduce in activity level. We took a minimalist approach. That's why I was at the TRC. We thought about the off-street parking. Let's think about keeping the site as undisturbed as possible. And if we need things, we can introduce them, such as the off-street parking. That's all I wanted to say to the record. I have addressed the standards that's in there. If you have any questions, I don't want to belabor the issue.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Pimentel? All right,
Thank you.
carry on.
That's the end of our presentation.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak?
Wow.
If there is no one who wishes to speak on this agenda item, would someone on the board like to make a motion to close the public hearing? Unless it's felt that there are outstanding issues. We have, what is our deadline here?
We do have this letter.
Yes. We did receive one letter from Hinckley Allen Law Firm representing Costanza Realty, a negative letter. But that's all we have.
Can I have a minute to read that letter, since we kind of got in the middle of the meeting?
They might want to respond to the
I believe planning board members received it via email a couple of days ago, and then Jamie printed out hard copies for us this evening. In the meantime, Jamie, can you talk a little bit about the deadline? It looks as though we have.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, in your project memo, we did prepare a draft memo. I think there were a couple questions tonight, so it may be appropriate if you gave us a few days potentially to make sure we've dotted i's and crossed t's on that, with regards to lighting, with regards to clarification between the architectural plans that show staged or phased parking, yet the engineering plans potentially don't quite align with that. So again, we would want to structure that approval. I think part of it is it's not just up to the applicant to decide, I think we're going to go and pave and increase our parking by 100%. I think there should be a process for them to say they need the parking versus just deciding to do it. Because if I was potentially working on the other side of the table and the applicant looked at me and said, well, the approval of the board says I can do it, why don't I just do it now while I'm here? And I think the intent there is to truly phase this, determine demand, and then make a rational decision of whether it's needed.
Okay.
Versus
Sure.
just doing it because the
And then-
motion allows you to,
Right.
but there's no structure to trigger that. So I think the applicant would be amenable to that. And if he doesn't need it, he doesn't have to pay for all that pavement and snow removal and maintenance of that and replacement after 12 years. So again, if we could potentially allow staff to work with our legal counsel to just clean up the motion, and I would recommend you put this on your December 9th meeting. Again, it should be a brief conversation. I don't think there was any question that the planning board had that couldn't be resolved and incorporated in a motion.
And incorporate the DPS memo into the motion.
Yes.
And the comments relative to the landscaping and anything else that needs clarification.
Correct.
Can I ask about something that I wanted some clarification?
Yes, do it now.
Okay, so, I think that this question is for maybe Mark. I have a letter in my hand from Rich Bourbonnais about a physical alteration permit request, and it says the one-way entrance from Kingstown Road and exit through the Indian Run Village RIH property. But they aren't exiting through the neighbor's property, are they? Are they entirely within their own property? This letter from Rich, which is dated October 16th, says they exit through the Indian Run Village RIH property. Is that...
That's correct. It's one way in and one way out.
But their exit is through the Indian Run property?
It's not a road that comes out, it's
drive
part
back.
of the Indian Run property that comes back out to Kingstown Road.
Oh. Is there any kind of easement or anything needed to use that as a public road? I'm sorry, I thought it was referring to the driveway itself, and I thought it was maybe...
I believe it's a private right-of-way through there.
Okay, thank you very much for clearing that up.
Back to the question of motion to close the public hearing. We have a motion from Joe to close the public hearing. Is there a second? Second from Robin. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thanks, folks.
So, December 9th? December 9th, we'll be back?
Yes, December 9th.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Thank you, everyone.
Madam Chair, it would potentially be appropriate just to entertain a motion to table action on this agenda item until your December 9th meeting, just for clarity.
Yes, I think we discussed that.
Discussed.
Do we need a...
I'll make that motion.
Okay. We have a motion from Caper to table the discussion on this until the December 9th meeting.
Yeah. Second? I'll second that.
Second from Liz.
Oh.
And Jamie, you're making reference to the discussion of the motion, since the
Correct.
public hearing is closed. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. See you on the 9th.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next agenda item, public hearing, minor land development, combined conceptual master and preliminary plan review, 82 Main Street. Joe is recusing himself from this agenda item.
Good evening, everyone. Michael Monte of Sayer, Regan and Thayer on behalf of the applicant and owner. I realize it's late, and I appreciate you hearing us this evening, and I'll do everything I can to be as brief as possible and to focus in on what the critical issues are. Jamie, do you have the slide deck that we... that one? Excellent. We'll need that in just a few minutes. But first, I just want to make a few comments. So this is a minor land development project for the property at 82 Main Street in Wakefield. 82 Main Street is located 2 blocks west of Belmont Market on the corner of Main Street and Hazard Ave. The lot has approximately 6,500 square feet of land area, and it's in the commercial downtown zoning district. It's also part of the historic Wakefield Village where, and to quote the comprehensive land use plan, opportunities to promote mixed-use development that provides both commercial and residential uses exist. So this project calls for mixed commercial residential use, and it's in keeping with that statement from the comprehensive plan. I'll give a very high overview of the proposal first, and then second, you'll hear from our 3 witnesses. Zachary Neal is one of the principals of the owner of the property. He's going to testify to his background, his business, and his overall vision for the site. You'll then hear from our project architect, who's going to take you through the slide deck that we fortunately have up on the screen. That'll include the design choices, building materials, floor plans, and landscaping. And then you'll hear from Patrick Freeman, our project engineer, and he'll testify to the site plan from an engineering perspective, and in particular for the rationale for where the structure is proposed to be sited on the lot. So my brief overview, the project again is mixed use proposal, commercial residential. It's located within the setbacks. It meets setback requirements, lot coverage requirements, and it's in conformance with section 710 of the zoning code, which requires parking to be on the rear of the lot behind any of the structures. It also meets the height requirement. So in many respects conforming. Plans were presented to you several months ago at a concept level that proposed 1 commercial unit on the first floor and 3 residential units spread across the second and third floors. There was some feedback from the board, and we've reduced the scope, so now it's just going to be proposed 1 commercial on the first floor and 2 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom units on the second floor. Reducing the scope of the project in that way allowed us to do 3 things. Number 1, we were able to remove what we had anticipated was going to be a request for a parking variance. So there's no parking variance associated with this project. We meet the parking. So that was substantial. It allowed us to reduce the overall intensity of the building feel-wise, because we were able to remove a dormer from the upper story, which is no longer required because there's not going to be living on the third floor. And finally, and third, the removal of that third proposed unit allows us to only be seeking 1 variance as part of this project. And that variance has to do with the municipality's density calculation. So for a mixed-use development, you need 5,000 square feet of land area for the commercial use. And then you need 5,000 square feet of land area for the first 2 residential units. Any additional residential unit would require another 1,200 square feet of land area. So in other words, that density formula indicates that we would need 10,000 square feet of land area for this proposal, and we only have approximately 6,500. This density formula, when read together with the other density formulas in the zoning code, however, is actually quite interesting, because what those density formulas indicate is that if this property were solely commercial, you wouldn't need any variance and you could build the same size building. If this building were just residential, you could build a 3-unit multifamily, same size structure with no variance request. So the zoning code almost has a mixed use penalty, and that's quite interesting because the comprehensive land use plan states very expressly that in the commercial downtown district and in Wakefield in particular, well-designed commercial and mixed use developments are encouraged. So notwithstanding that encouragement, we have a density formula that we're up against, and it's what we have to contend with this evening. So in a moment, you'll hear from our witnesses, but I do want to emphasize that once you hear from these 3 witnesses, and together with the written submissions, we're confident you'll be able to make positive findings of fact on the 2 issues that are before you. With respect to zoning, you'll be able to make positive findings of fact that my client has proved, 1, that it suffers a hardship due to the small lot size of the parcel, that the hardship is clearly not the result of any prior action of my client, that granting the variance will not alter the general character of this neighborhood, which is recognized as a mixed-use area explicitly in the comprehensive land use plan, and 4, that the relief requested is minimal to a reasonable enjoyment of this property. With respect to the land development plan, we're also confident that with our written submissions and the testimony you'll hear, you'll be able to make positive findings of fact on each of those components. I know you're very familiar with them. I won't reiterate them, but they could perhaps be summarized as that the site design is of high quality and we meet all environmental regulations, and that the proposal is in keeping with the comprehensive land use plan. Okay, I'm going to ask Zachary Neal to come to the dais and testify first. Zach, could you please tell the board a little bit about yourself, your business, and your vision for the property?
Sure. Good evening. Zach Neal. I'm here tonight with my brother. We both own 82 Main Street under the Keystone LLC. A little background on my brother and I. We both grew up in South Kingstown, born and raised. We both graduated from South Kingstown High School. I graduated in 2016. Nick graduated in 2012. We started our construction company here in 2019, and since we've done approximately 35 to 37 projects in southern Rhode Island. Our vision for this lot is to take our now remote construction company, which is about 4 people that work off-site, and house them in an office space, and to make this construction project viable for us cost-wise, we are hoping to offset the construction cost with 2 residential units on the second floor. There will be a storage space on the first floor, and we intend to use the 3rd story attic space as additional storage.
Actually, I just have a couple of questions for you. So this will allow you, your business is a construction business, correct?
Correct.
And you employ folks who live and work in South Kingstown or in the immediate surrounding area. Is that correct?
Correct. 14, including myself and Nick.
And those people are fully remote at this time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so this will allow a place for them to work on the first floor of this mixed-use building. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any additional questions for Zach unless the board has particular questions of him. In a moment, we'll get into the actual architecture and site design.
I would like to add one thing. The last time that we were here, we were requesting a waiver for DM approvals, and those have been approved and submitted to the town since. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please continue.
So next, we'll have Daniel Herkenrother, our architect. Could you just go back to the first slide? I don't know if we toggled. So Dan, could you just tell the board about your professional experience and what you do?
Yes, I'm a licensed architect. Been working in this profession for 25 years, licensed for 17 years.
And you've been accepted as an expert in architectural design by municipal boards in the past?
Yes, I have.
Madam Chair, I would request to be so recognized this evening.
Did you hear our earlier comment about we don't really...
Forgive me, I may have stepped outside, but that's
please
fine.
Continue.
I'm confident that at the end of his testimony, you will be convinced of his expertise. So you're the project architect for this site, correct?
Correct.
Could you just walk us through the existing site conditions, the original proposed design, the changes that you made to be responsive to feedback from this board, and then landscaping, floor plan, and the other components of your design?
Sure, yes. So this is the existing site, obviously, an empty site. Just to orient yourself, Main Street is on the right, that's north. Hazard Ave, which is on the left, that faces east. The existing sidewalk is town land. Along Hazard, there's about a 6-foot section that's town land, so there's no sidewalk there, but that's going to be remaining a green area. And the stone wall that you see, that demarcates the property line along the north. Next slide, please. This was the initial rendering, as rough as it is, and it was just kind of a massing study, but this shows the original design, which had some dormers on the 3rd floor. This was when we had it as 3 residential units, so we had 3rd floor space incorporated. It was kind of a bland, we just did a massing study. There wasn't many details or materials shown, but this is where it started.
And this is not the proposal before the board tonight, correct?
No way.
All right, so let's take a look at the
So next slide is the current rendering, same view. And this shows that we've removed any of the dormers. The 3rd floor is just attic space. There'll be no residential units up there. We added some shingle-style details. There'll be natural shingles, corbel brackets. We have some molding profiles for our reg boards, eave boards. The idea was to add some natural shingles on the upper floor. Lower floor is going to be clapboard, the idea was the center area in the middle is only a 2-story structure, no roof. You're trying to make sure the scaling is reduced as much as possible. Next slide for the next rendering. This shows the view from Hazard. Again, no third floor space. Just to run over some numbers, we're around 40% on our lot coverage, where 50% is allowed. We are 3.5 feet from Hazard, where 0 is allowed. We are 14 feet from Main Street, where 0 is allowed. We're about 20 feet from the road. Some of these views here, you'll see site plans later. There is no sidewalk that's visible right there. There is no door on the side. Those have been updated, and we'll review those on the site plan later. Next slide, please. This is, I think, the most important view. This kind of shows the perspective from Main Street and how, when you look at this in elevation view, it might appear more massive, but actually the idea was that we have this cross gable that's set back about another 14 feet from the street, so that really you just read the primary front gable. We have the same materials, and note that that 2-story white section, that's supposed to be only a 2-story, not the 2.5. Next slide. This is just looking at some other buildings along Main Street that have the same detailing, all in the same vicinity. These are all 2.5 stories in height. They all have a front porch, and they all have that same design, which is there's a front gable and then a cross gable that's set back more to the rear. Next slide. We have just the elevations. We'll go through these fast, but this just shows what we've removed. 3rd floor, dormers, added detailing. Next slide. Looking from Hazard, that's the east elevation. Next slide. This is the rear elevation with the access off the parking lot. And then we've got the west elevation as the last slide. Gotcha. All right, landscape plan is next. I did not prepare this plan, so if you have any plant questions, I am not your guy, but I can talk about the actual site plan because we did incorporate a lot of these and kind of what has been updated from the original plan that we had that was shown to you. The evergreens were added along the rear of the property line, and the trash location was slid towards the south for easier access. We have a door location on the rear. There is no door on the east or side elevation. We removed the sidewalk walkway that would be on the town land. That's just a landscaped area. There's a stone landing, and this also shows how it's set back from all of the property lines. You want to keep on going?
Let's go through I think we just have floor plans left.
Floor plans left just show the first floor, which is going to be their space. And then the second floor shows the 2 units, 2 bedrooms, 1 baths. And then just so you can see the 3rd floor, there is nothing planned up there. It's just attic space. And then we've got 1 slide showing the black and white renderings. And then the final slide back to the rendered view. One thing I forgot to bring up is that we are allowed a 40-foot height limit here, and this is at 36 feet, so we're 4 feet lower than what the maximum is. And that is it for my slides.
Are there any questions for Dan?
Can you just go back to the diagram? I think it was the partial landscaping where you could see the lot and you could see the footprint right there. And do you also have that on the aerial map? You have a dotted line on the aerial map that just shows the actual lot lines, but it doesn't show the building footprint?
There also we have the site surveyor and civil engineer coming up next, so As far as site information, I'll have some more information.
Anybody from architecture? Liz?
First of all, let me compliment you on the design. I think it's very appropriate. I think it's very in keeping with the other architecture in the area. With that said, every time we see any of the elevations, we see them all by themselves as if they're sitting on a huge plain, right?
Right.
On a big flat plain in Arizona or New Mexico or anywhere. Doesn't really tell the whole story. I think because of the density issue we're talking about here, what might have been more realistic would have been to see some of these renderings in the context of that beautiful Victorian house on one side, and there's a house on the other side, and there's a relatively new home that's behind it. And so if you were to look at this structure in the context of the different heights and the different structures, I think it would paint a much different picture than seeing each one of these elevations on this beautiful, huge tract of land.
Understood.
That's a good point.
And one thing I just want to respond to, which I think is implicit in that comment, is the density variance we need is not related to the size of the structure at all. It's related to the uses inside them. So if the building were entirely commercial, we wouldn't need that variance, and it could be this size. If the building were a 3-unit multifamily, it could be the same size without the variance request. So I just want to emphasize that.
But it isn't.
Oh, no, but it's...
It isn't either one of those two things.
I understand, but, you know, if for whatever reason, the mixed use, which we think is the best and highest value use for Main Street, is not desirable to this board for whatever reason, then we would, you know, be coming back with the same proposal in terms of size, but with a 3-unit multifamily, for instance.
Right.
So I think that's worth
No,
noting.
I hear you, and I might still have had the exact same comments
Absolutely.
I just made.
Absolutely. I just wanted to make
Regardless,
that distinction.
thank you.
Just, Attorney Manti, just for clarity, if you could speak to the mic, we may be able to hear you, but I'm
Yes, I'm trying to
concerned-
shout,
yeah.
so it picks me up.
I'm just concerned it won't pick up in the recording.
I appreciate that. Any other questions for Dan before we get into the engineering and site plan?
Okay, so I'm trying to look at all the different versions of this plan I have here, and some seem to show a sidewalk, some don't show a sidewalk, some show a side door, some don't. Can I just understand, am I looking at all the same, is there a sidewalk that runs down Hazard Street? Is there a door on the Hazard Street side? Like, is there lawn there, or is there a sidewalk? Can you just clarify
That's
for me?
correct. Yeah, so
I've
on
got too many versions here.
I'm sorry for that. Yes, so along Hazard Street, there's no sidewalk, there is no door. That's going to be lawn landscaping. There's going to be a door on the front, there's a sidewalk on the front, there's a door in the rear.
These versions that show there's a side door on the Hazard Street side are now obsolete?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
where the civil plan and the landscape plan are going to be superseding anything drawn architecturally.
Okay. Thank you.
Zach Neal, just for the record. After the TRC meeting, there was a concern brought up about ADA access and the sidewalk being on the town right-of-way. We removed the sidewalk from the town right-of-way, and we moved the door, which is ADA compliant, to the rear of the building, and that has been submitted to the town portal.
Thank you. So my final witness is Patrick. Patrick, could you just state your name for the record, your experience, and then we can go through the site plan. And I think for this, if we can put up the site plans, would probably be most useful.
Thank you. My name's Patrick Freeman. I'm with American Engineering. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of Rhode Island. I've been with American Engineering for 11 years. I've been a professional engineer for 6.
Are you the project engineer for this site
Yes,
plan?
we were
Board has?
hired to provide a stormwater management plan as well as provide the preliminary site plans.
Maybe we can just take a moment to wait for it to populate here.
And I'll take you through the site plans briefly. The first sheet is the half-mile radius plan. It gives you a concept of the neighborhood. The property is located on the southerly side of Main Street and the westerly side of Hazard Avenue. If you could take us to the existing conditions plan, sheet 2. This plan shows a detailed view of the existing site conditions found in the area to be developed. It shows Hazard Avenue on the east, Main Street on the north, the existing sidewalk along the northerly side of the property, as well as the retaining walls on the north and east side of the property line. You'll also see that we have available utilities in the form of public water as well as public sewer. We've done 2 test holes on the site, as you can see laid out here. It's easier to see them here than on the proposed conditions plan. If we could bring up sheet 3, the proposed development plan. Proposed conditions plan. The proposed development will consist of the construction of a proposed mixed-use structure in the northerly portion of the parcel, which will be accessed over a paved parking area located in the southerly portion of the property. The proposed structure will be connected to those existing utilities, to specifically the sewer line, as well as the water line in the easterly portion of the property along Hazard Avenue. The stormwater management system consists of 2 components. One, underground infiltration practice located under the parking area. That is an H20 underground infiltration practice located underneath the parking area in the southerly portion of the property. That system is fed or supplied stormwater by the 2 catch basins proposed in the parking area, which are also connected to the roof leaders for the proposed structure. So we're capturing all of the proposed impervious areas with the exception of the front sidewalk on site and infiltrating and treating those areas. There's also a crushed stone infiltration trench located along the retaining wall along the northerly property boundary. This catches any remaining runoff from the grassed areas and infiltrates that stormwater back into the ground. The stormwater management system has been designed to provide peak runoff rate mitigation for the 1, 10, and 100-year storm event as required, and it also provides water quality volume treatment for the site's proposed impervious areas. That stormwater management system has been reviewed and approved by RIDEM's Underground Injection Control Program. And I wanted to speak to the site's orientation.
Could I just have you pause for a second? We
Sure.
Normally require after 4 hours, and it's actually been 4.5 now that we're starting at 6:30 instead of 7, a motion to continue past, it used to be 11 and technically it's 10:30, but someone would like to make that motion?
If we don't, can we go home?
Yes. But then we need to continue it.
Can I make a motion that we continue this meeting past 11 p.m.?
Motion from Susan, is there a second? Second from Liz. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Sorry.
Continue, please.
Thank you. So in deciding the orientation of the property, we had a few things to consider, and we chose the current orientation for a few reasons. The site is located at the intersection of Main Street and Hazard Avenue, with Main Street being a heavily trafficked road. This makes Hazard Avenue a preferable street to propose the driveway entrance off of from a safety and circulation standpoint. If we were to propose an entrance on Main Street, we'd have to do, it's a much busier road. It's a little bit more hazardous. There's also an intersection immediately to the east, creates a difficult circulation pattern, and there's also an incoming road from across Main Street, being Oak Street, which creates a complicated turning situation for anybody using the development. The main constraint to the development is actually the stormwater management system from my perspective. We did 2 test holes 1 and 2, test hole 1 being in the northerly portion of the property. We got a 4-foot depth to the seasonal high water table. Test hole 2 had a 6-foot depth to the seasonal high water table with 12 inches of fill. This allowed us to propose an underground infiltration system that managed the stormwater from this site. We're required to meet 3-foot separation to the seasonal high water table, provide storage volume, and then provide enough cover over that underground infiltration system to provide for pavement that could be driven on by a vehicle. So the stormwater management system and the seasonal high water table dictate that the underground infiltration practice would have to go in the southerly portion of the property. And that concludes my presentation, if you have any questions.
Engineering questions, anyone?
So that's Michael Monti again. That's all we have in terms of our
Okay.
presentation. I would just like to reserve a couple minutes after public comment, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you.
And before we get to public comment, question for Peter. This particular project is one in which hardship is listed as the rationale for the plan. So my question is, and the term "it's a small lot" is was part of their narrative. Is this subjective, or is it that they purchased the lot knowing what the size was, and is this self-created? And then second, could this be problematic for us going forward if a type of precedent is set?
So just to answer the first question, the reason that you're seeing the hardship standard is because this is a unified development review application. That includes an application that you would ordinarily see, minor land development project, in addition to the zoning relief that prior to the changes in state law would go to the zoning board. And it's also a relevant change to state law. The zoning board, their inquiry is focused on hardship. One of the standards that the zoning board would consider prior to the change in state law would be whether the hardship was self-created. With this new change to state law, when an applicant comes for unified development review from the planning board, that self-created hardship standard no longer applies. The standards that you would consider are, does the hardship, so the quantum of the hardship needs to be more than a mere inconvenience for a dimensional variance. Then there's other standards that have to be met, which is the hardship result from a unique characteristic of the lot or the structure. And also, you'd consider, does the proposed variance, if relief were granted as requested, would it alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purposes of the zoning ordinance or the comprehensive plan? So that last standard is kind of your most general standard, where there is a bit of judgment that you need to apply. The other standards, there is obviously judgment in any standard that you're going to apply, but they are kind of narrowly delineated. You need to see if there's a hardship. Does it amount to more than a mere inconvenience? Does it result from a unique characteristic of the land or the structure? And then the broad standard of, will it alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purposes of your zoning ordinance?
That's what I thought board members should reflect on a little bit.
And just, Madam Chair, just if I can add to that for a moment, I think one of the difficulties on the regulatory side is, and the applicant's legal counsel touched upon this briefly, if this was an entirely commercial building, there'd be no relief required and actually could go higher, closer, wider, bigger. If it was a completely residential building, they could go higher, bigger, closer.
I just want to make sure we
that's a
dot all the
difficulty
i's and
that-
cross all the t's, because they put a lot of time and effort. The building is very nice. Want to make sure that we do a thorough job.
No, and I think you're, in your phrasing of questions to the applicant, and I'm sure in your deliberations, you'll address that, but it's a unique scenario that if
It
they
is, yes.
went completely commercial, they wouldn't need a variance, and then literally 6 months later could come back under the state law and ask to convert their existing commercial space to residential, because they're allowed as of right
Yes.
to convert commercial space to residential under the new
Yep.
law.
Well, we're pleased to see mixed-use projects, for sure. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wants to speak to this issue? Come up to the mic and state your name for the record.
I'm Mark Masson, this is my wife Meredith, and we live at 90 Main Street,
We
which
live
is...
right next door. Can you
Yeah.
put the first picture back on there?
No, I can leave that there for a second, because I want to, what is the offset on the west side of that building to my property line? Does anybody know that?
Do you mean the
5
setback?
feet?
Yeah, the setback.
Setback.
Yeah, that's what you're asking for. What is the town setback on it? So it's 5 feet? Zero?
The dimensional requirement in the zone is 0.
You mean they could put it right on top of our house?
Correct.
Yeah, well, it's CD, like you said, you're gonna separate it, right? You could do what you want. What it is, the lot is what it is. You know, just put a house on it that fits on it. That's ridiculous.
Well,
That is, you know, I'm sorry, you've got a nice looking place here, but that is way.
It's over the top. It's way over the top. The house looks intrusive for the size of the land. I want to show you, please put the first picture on there of just the lot. You will see our house. We have lived there for 50 years. And I want to say something to this gentleman who said everything through there now is mixed CD with apartments and all this. No, it's not. Turcos, who passed away a couple years ago, lived across the street on Main Street, on the corner there, for 68 years. Someone else just bought that as a house, a family, husband and wife with 2 little children, 2 and 3. Next door to that house is Chris Kehoe, who everyone knows who he is. He lives in that house. That is his home. This is all right within the area of this house. It's just, and another thing, all the pictures that he showed on Main Street where there are similar houses, they all have their own parking. And another thing, I don't understand. I looked at the picture, and on the downstairs, I'm sorry.
Could you just address the board? Excuse me, could you just address the board, and then we'll make sure he
all right.
answers your questions?
Okay. On the downstairs, are there 5 offices to rent? There's not. Can I see, I saw that picture online. I think it is, I don't know which one it is, but it shows 5 different cut-up offices. There was 3 that were 88 square feet, and then there was one 116, and another one, it was on the website. So what I'm saying is, oh, it's right there, office, 5 offices downstairs. You're going to have 2 apartments, all right, there's 5 cars, people that are going to rent those. You're going to have upstairs 2 2-bedroom apartments. There's 4 more cars, that's 9 cars. You have the 2 owners' vehicles, that's 11 vehicles. That's without clients or customers in these offices. Where are all these people going to park? Seriously, I want that first picture back of my house right next to the land. It's right there. The white house right there is our house. That's our house, that white house. Our hedges are right there, and that's where we live. We've lived there in that house 50 years in August of this year. And we own a flower shop, and we rent next door. We've been in business 49 years. I was born across the street. This still is a very much neighborhood street. And I'm just concerned, where is all this traffic gonna park? All these cars. When we come out of our driveway, you're not even gonna be able to see to get to the right, to come out of our driveway. You're gonna look to the right, and if there's cars parked all in the road right there, we're not even gonna be able to see to get out. Like I said, we've lived there 50 years. The traffic, the town, everything has grown so much. Main Street is never, ever quiet. The traffic, you have the Cisco trucks, the FedEx trucks, you have fire engines, you have all these trucks. How are we gonna get out of our driveway? Where are all these cars gonna park? How much parking is in the back of that building where they said is there parking? How many cars is back there to park? Is there enough, at least what did I say, how many? 11 or whatever, or 4, I don't know, whatever. Is there that many spaces back there just to park the cars for these people that are gonna be in the building? You know, I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's just congestion. I mean, it's just going to be, Main Street is so busy as it is already.
Question for you. You said you've lived there for 50 years.
50 years.
So, do you know, I'm assuming, you've lived there prior to the Phase 2 zoning, which created the commercial downtown
Correct.
zoning district?
We're like, right now, I don't know what we are. I think we're CD, but still residential. I don't know in which way that we would ever sell our house. If it would be, if you have to go for, I don't even know. Jamie, how would that be? Like our house?
They must be zone CD, correct?
Yeah.
Zone commercial
I'm sorry,
downtown
what?
under the same provisions that you're evaluating this application under.
And would it be helpful to, if you can easily find it, describe what the CD description actually is?
But I think it's different when you live in the home.
If the
No.
zone is changed as a whole, the zone is changed as a whole, and anybody can come and buy a piece of property and build to what is allowed in that particular zone. I mean,
Yeah, but I'm saying, I don't know, I had asked someone before, and they said if you sold your house, that person would have to still come for zoning to do commercial, even though you would change CD. So are you saying like someone could buy our house for a house too, correct?
sure. Yep. But
But
they could also come and do a commercial project.
But what I'm saying is, like, all the way from the sew and vacuum store, you know, where I'm talking
Yep,
about
I
the
do.
vacuum cleaner store, from there to as far as Print Sauce, and even further, Babcock and Hellawell, and even the place next door where the owner who owns that building used to own the land that they bought from, where he was going to do what they were going to do, and then he decided he wasn't going to do that. I don't know why, but then he sold that to them. And everyone there has their own parking. Most of them front and back. And even, you know, like the new house, the new place Bell and Hallberg just did, Dr. Rissika's place, that place has parking in the back for like, I think 16 cars. I just don't understand how, with this size building and the amount of people and 5 offices downstairs, and then in the, and then two bedroom apart, where is everyone going to park?
Jamie, is there a sense from staff relative to the practicality of the available parking on this site?
First, Madam Chair, if I can read the CD, commercial
Thank you,
downtown
yes.
definition. So the CD zone, or commercial downtown. This is the central business district of the town, which developed along Wakefield's Main Street and adjacent side streets, from approximately Belmont Avenue to Holly Street, and in the central portion of Peacedale. The CD district is characterized by buildings with little or no setback requirements or off-street parking, a mix of land uses, and a pedestrian scale. Numerous historic buildings exist, as well as new buildings and reconstructed properties. It is important for this district to maintain its historic qualities and Main Street character. It includes small-scale retail centers designed to provide local business services to the town. The primary uses in this district are neighborhood retail, commercial office, restaurant and entertainment, and many include residential uses. Excluded are commercial repairing, open lot sales, wholesale and storage uses, and uses primarily orientated toward the automobile. As it relates to parking, the applicant is not asking any relief under the regulations. They are code compliant as it relates to proposed uses and the parking they are provided. They're utilizing a 50% a requirement contained in the regulations that allows them, if 10 parking spaces are required, to reduce that by 50%, with the understanding that the on-street parking along Main Street will be utilized and absorb that additional parking needed for the use. It's traditional in downtown neighborhoods, redevelopment or reuse or a change from an office to a hair salon, or a hair salon to a doctor's office, that the parking requirements change and that the parking within the public realm accommodates some of those changes in use. And that's why the 50% provision is contained in the regulations and anticipates those changes in use. Without that provision, in essence, you'll be able to make no changes to the uses that are either existing or existing non-conforming along that corridor, because it would be difficult to park all of the uses completely within the site. One of the other aspects is our regulations are steering the development to put the parking behind, because they want the streets and pedestrian streetscape established along here,
To the front, yep.
versus new developments being required to pave their entire lot to accommodate the parking.
Yep.
So again, it's a balance within the regulations, but the applicant, as it relates to the regulations, is code compliant with the slight caveat that they are requesting one waiver because of the mixed-use component. Again, as I mentioned earlier, if it was all commercial, they would not need any relief. If it was all residential, they would not need any relief, and they would be completely 100% code compliant. So, I know that's not necessarily what you would like to hear, but it's the
I don't want to hear anything from this town anymore.
regulations that were established
Between this and Oak Street,
years
bye-bye.
ago.
This town is not what it used to be.
We do hear that on a regular basis.
It's
So
true.
we understand.
It's true.
I'd like to see if anyone else wishes to speak.
So I want one more question. I want to ask you, how many spots do they have right now in that property?
5, I believe.
5. And minimum, there's 11 cars. Makes a lot of sense.
So late, but good evening. Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the board, planning department. My name is Lori Keene, and I'm an architect. I own the Yellow Victorian next on the other side of Hazard, next to the Neal Brothers property. I have 3 quick slides that I printed, and I'm wondering if it would be okay to hand them out.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll be through it soon. So I'm here today because my main concern is the building placement. The way the site is laid out, it pushes the building forward into a position that breaks the established Main Street rhythm on the block. The building sits in this transition stretch between the walkable downtown and Dale-Carlia intersection at Belmont, which is illustrated in slide 1. Right now, the site layout is creating the problem. The decision to pack all the parking in the rear is what forces the building forward. If some of the parking were in front or split front to back, the building could sit further back and line up with the established rhythm of the building lines along this block. The second slide shows what I mean by rhythm. Front yards and spacing establish a consistent pattern here. I understand this approach would need a parking waiver, but it's a targeted trade-off that protects the streetscape instead of breaking it. If the building line changes here, it won't be something the neighboring interior lots can ever match. Their driveway and parking constraints keep them naturally set back and more modest in scale. So this would become a permanent break in the block's rhythm. Slide 3 offers an alternative that pulls the building back and splits the parking by use, bringing the project closer to the established pattern on the block. So, stepping back and looking at the application that is in front of us, I can see that the corner lot has an advantage with hazard, plus the mixed-use intensity combined with the rear-only parking is what is pushing the building forward into a line that doesn't fit the character of the area. So if relief is going to be granted, I'm just asking that you consider granting it in a way that preserves Main Street's character, not in a way that locks in an out-of-context building line. Thank you. And I would note, the frontage isn't mentioned, and in order to qualify for the proper relief, I believe there's a frontage relief that should be added so that they're not caught up later, as a helpful hint.
Question for you. You do understand that somebody could come and buy any of these lots and then push the building, a building?
I do understand. The interior lots can't. They have to have a driveway that goes to the back, or parking in the front. So like to the earlier members or neighbors' point, they'll never be able to build the same size that close to the road, which is not 20 feet back, it's 6 from the sidewalk. So those interior lots never could achieve the same. And so this lot's benefiting from the corner lot, which, all I am here today is to note the building placement. I have no comment on anything else,
Do you have you calculated the average setback for these, 1, 2, 3, 4, for the 5 adjacent lots?
I mean, just walking out there, the closest one on the opposite corner, like the other bookend, just on that block alone is about 15
that looks like
feet.
it's closer than...
Yeah, it's the closest one because it benefits the same, right? It's just still a different scale.
Yes.
And it's still 15 feet off the sidewalk, about. I did not measure it, to be fair. It's just walking down the street is how you note it. It was just brought up earlier that, well, we're trying to move to a 0 setback and a walkable downtown, but it's a transition area. It just isn't that. There are residentials across the street. So anyways, I'll leave it with that. It's like, thank you.
Thank you.
For your time.
Hi, I know it's late, so I'm going to be quick. Good evening, my name is Christy Balch. I'm speaking on behalf of my parents, Samuel and Mary Balch, who are the owners of the property at 13 Hazard Ave, which is that little residence right there. Our property is adjacent to the proposed parking for 82 Main Street. I understand that there's a crucial issue with housing, and I do understand that, but this proposal raises significant issues that directly impact our neighborhood, including parking, which I know Meredith already brought up, traffic, and compliance with South Kingstown zoning standards. The proposed parking is inadequate for the anticipated commercial and residential users, especially considering there are new ADU allowances, so approval of 2 residential units would give them a right for a 3rd ADU, which I don't know if the parking, I'm not sure if the parking, that would add another parking spot, which I don't know if it has to be added into that. But we do request that it be limited to no more than 1 residential unit for that reason. Spillover parking will overflow into neighboring properties. There's already a 2-hour parking limit on Hazard Avenue that tries to discourage this, which kind of helps prove the parking is already an issue on this narrow street. Beyond the parking challenges, the proposed structure will contribute to vehicle traffic. Hazard Ave is very narrow, especially right where it meets Main Street. And as the former resident of 13 Hazard Ave, I've witnessed a rise in traffic due to people using Hazard Ave to Castle Street to get to Belmont's and back. There's a decent amount of pedestrian traffic. Our neighborhood is home to families with small children and elderly residents who are walking pets. And despite it being a dead-end street, there's a lot of foot traffic coming down from the bike path as well. I do understand that if it were commercial or if it were just residential, that this wouldn't be an issue, but it's not. It's a mixed-use lot, and the zoning standards exist precisely to prevent this kind of oversized development. If I'm doing my math correctly, this proposed structure would require a lot nearly 35% larger to comply with the zoning standards. So, in my opinion, this is a self-created hardship, and that the lot is too small to feasibly accommodate the proposed mixed-use structure as designed. Any need for relief stems from the applicant's choice to overbuild, not from any genuine physical limitation of the property. And therefore, I don't see that there's a justification for granting the variance. Also, I know, I think somebody mentioned evergreens. Our parking is really tight right there, and this is just a random request, but it would damage our tenant's vehicle if there were evergreens right along that area, that back part there. And also, I don't know if you said 4 or 14 employees, but that's 4 or 14 vehicles if they have like a staff meeting. And I got to assume as a construction company that some of those are larger trucks. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Hello, my name's Pamela Davis. I own a business and a home at 102 Main, just 2 doors down, 3 doors down. Basically, I just want to reiterate what everyone else has said. I walk down Hazard about 4 times a day to Belmont, the pet store. The property is very tiny. It's about half the size of my property. I am set back. I can only hold about 4 cars in front of my store and about 4 in the back. But as I said, my property is about double their size, and I have a much tinier house with 1 apartment upstairs. I don't understand how 14 employees, 2 owners, 2 apartments, that's 20 cars. They're construction cars. When you go down the lot, Hazard doesn't even hold 1 Ford, 1 F-50 or whatever they're called. You can't fit 2 cars down that road. So if they're going to have their entrance in and out of that back, when they turn, my fear is they're going to go on her property for her new house because you can't even turn there. It's so small. I also think with the building being so close to the road, I drive in and out of there a couple times a day. Cars just try to zoom in, they hit right at you because there isn't room for a car to leave and come at. But if there is a building close to the setback, not setback, but right up front, you're not going to be able to see a car there. We're going to have to pull out into the road to even get in and out. It's so small. That building it's a beautiful building. They should build it, but they should literally cut it in half. There is not room in the back. They say 5 parking spots. There isn't room for 5. You build the house they're talking about, you go down Hazard. To turn in, there's a telephone pole there, which is right in front of the small little home from the woman who was just here who owns it. With that telephone pole there, how are they going to turn cars and these big trucks in from behind it? It's not going to physically be possible. I also feel that if they're saying a hardship, it's a mixed use. They bought it as a mixed use, they knew it. I mean, I could then come back next year and say, hey, my little store, my one apartment, I now want to triple the size, go neighbor to neighbor. My property is double the size. I have a garage, I have lawn, I have a shed. I could make it ginormous. And if they're having 20 cars, 14 of them employees coming to stay, if they have trucks, they're going to park all the way down to my property 102, to the real estate office, to Bubba and Lola's. Where are our customers who come in for a 20-minute buy, leave? If they're parking all day in an office 9 to 5, they're not coming and going on Main Street. They're taking all the public parking for our stores, the lawyer's offices, everyone's small little store. They're going to eat up all the parking on the street permanently all day, every day. I mean, the building's beautiful. It just needs to be cut in half, and I agree, set back, because every building along there is set back. And we all have historical houses. We're not going to knock them down and change them. And it does break the flow of the street. We're not in old downtown. We're that middle ground. Again, it's beautiful. It just is too big. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Could we just let, if there's somebody else who hasn't spoken first, could we let them speak?
Okay.
I'll be quick. I'm Nicholas Balch. I'm Christie's brother. The only thing I wanted to say too is with the overflow parking on Main Street, if they have big trucks or cars parked on the side there, like I said, Hazard Ave is very narrow, and there'll be a line of sight issue pulling out of there. I don't know if there's some kind of way to have that looked at by someone to see if they have the right visibility to be able to pull out onto a busy road like Main Street or not, but it'll definitely be a hazard trying to pull out of there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, folks, for coming out this evening, who've spoken. And one last quick.
Yep. Hi, I'm Meredith Masson. I just want to know, does anyone have any idea to give me any advice how to get in and out of my driveway when the cars are coming from CVS and everyone's parked in front of my house? Who's going to be responsible when I'm trying to pull out? We're trying to pull out of our driveway, and you have to inch out in the traffic to look around to see if there's Cisco food trucks coming at you.
We used to have a committee that was called T-squared RC, that was Transportation and Traffic Committee, and it consisted of planning staff and the police department, and they would meet once a month and talk about these kinds of issues. As far as I know, that committee has not been reinstituted, but that's the kind of question that would go before them rather than before our board.
But it's just, envision yourself trying to get out of your driveway.
Yep. So it is now 11:35.
How big is this house?
Could you unless you have another relevant question.
Yeah, I just want to know the size of the house.
Square footage?
Yeah, 4,000
versus
35.
footprint.
The whole house. 4,200 square feet is the house. Like you say, the land is a little over 1/8 of an acre. We live on a little over 1/4 of an acre. We have a 3-car garage.
So, okay, it's 11:35. We've heard your concerns.
Yeah, well,
I'd like to hear
bye.
from the board members
I don't get any
as to whether or not we should continue this item to allow for other discussion between staff and applicant or further deliberation from this board at a later date and a much earlier time? How do people feel? I'd like to know. Robin?
I think that the problem with this is that we would have to find that they had actual hardship, and I don't think that I see that in this case. So I don't know how much more there is to discuss about the building when I don't see the hardship. They bought a small lot, they knew the size, and they know the zoning.
Caper?
I personally would like more discussion. I'd particularly like to hear. I thought that the member of the public who talked about the line of sight and came up with her proposal, I've driven down that neighborhood, and that the first thing that struck me was the same issues. And I understand that zoning permits building right up to the line, but I'd like to hear if the applicant would consider alternate proposals. I was also wondering if you gave any thought, 'cause if I'm not mistaken, this person also lives in the neighborhood, but she didn't speak to the parking situation. I mean, she proposed parking up front to keep the site and keep the pace, and the pace of, it is a transition neighborhood, and I think the pace of that walking is important. So that's the kind of dialogue I'd like to hear more on.
And so my question was somewhat of a procedural question. Should we continue this discussion this evening, or shall we continue it at another date? Because clearly there's more discussion that needs to happen, but I'd like to hear from everyone else.
My preference would be to continue at another date if members of the public would participate.
Susan?
I wish we could wrap it up tonight. I don't feel like, I'm sorry, I feel spent. Like, we've been here 6 hours. I think that at this point, it might be in everyone's best interest to, unfortunately, pull it to another night. Like, I don't feel like I can make a decision right now, and I don't want to have to make a decision right now. So I feel like I wish we could do this another night. But I also recognize the question of the parking, which was brought up. And I recognize, and I've asked this applicant also, can we just push this property, this house, back from the street for more consistency? However, I wouldn't either choose to have cars parked in front of the building either. That doesn't, trading a parking lot for the building out front, I don't know if that's a great choice. So, anyway.
Liz?
I think that we do need to have further discussion. I think I'd like to hear further legal discussion with Peter, because it sounds like in some ways our hands are tied. So I would like to know, but not, I mean, I'm brain dead now, but I would like to know what options we have as a planning board
Exactly.
to go forward.
Thanks. Agreed. Armand?
Sorry. I'm used to talking loud enough, so I don't use the microphone. I think I'm in favor of continuing it. There's some issues. I know that line of sight is always a concern for a variety of reasons, but then I'm not so sure that it solves the problem with parking, because again, parking in the front. So there's some issues that we need to address. I know they don't, I believe they don't have to show a hardship under the new code, but what they're asking us to do is give them the benefit of two different sections of the zoning code that overlap. And so in essence, they're saying, we want 2 bites at the apple, so to speak, for this project. And I'm not so sure that legally we can do it.
Thank you. So it seems the consensus is to continue this item, and perhaps it will promote some further conversation between staff and the applicant. Yes? No?
So, Madam Chair, just from an administrative side, your next meeting is 12/9. The decision date is January 5th, 2026, so you do not have sufficient time to make it to your January meeting without an extension from the applicant, but could add it to the agenda on 12/9.
So our only option is then to either ask for an extension to our January meeting or add yet another item to our, what was supposed to be a work session.
Correct, but we can't control the volume of applications.
I understand. Comments from the applicant?
So,
Just restate your name, please.
oh
We
yeah,
wanna
sorry,
make sure it's on the-
Zachary Neal. We appreciate all your time. I know it's late. What we've found is that we've sort of been backed into a corner, whereas like we highly respect Lori Keene as an architect and her professional opinion, and we took her opinion to heart, and we discussed with our engineer and our architect if we had the option to move the building back. And based on the water table, we do not have that option. The drainage would not meet DEM requirement. So I guess, we really don't even have any good way to move forward. So I don't know if there's suggestions or what you might like to see that is viable, but
So we're hoping that conversation and suggestions might ensue. I think the primary question is, can we get an extension from you folks to our January meeting? Because our December meeting, we only have one meeting, and that's a work session, not a regular meeting. Therefore, it would be January, which would be the next regular meeting. Unless we put this on the January work session, but don't know what Jamie has in mind for that, so.
If you just give us one brief
Sure,
moment.
of course.
Yeah, the only thing I would say, pushing it all the way to your January, I think it's 28th meeting, one of the other big projects you pushed is Lofts on Fairground to that evening. The only other item you pushed was the dispensary to your work session.
So
571's on the 27th, too.
Oh, we also have 571 on the 27th, so it seems like the alternative would be the January work session.
So I've spoken with my client. We're happy to consent to an extension whenever is most convenient to the board. I am afraid, however, that we're probably not going to be able to do a whole lot with the site design due to the engineering, but certainly happy to accommodate the board and speak with staff and legal in the meantime.
That'd be great. Thank you.
1/13, 2026 is your next planning board
Okay,
work session.
so-
We'll be available.
Very
That
good.
hasn't got- Let me just check with Lynn to make sure that wasn't pushed. 1/13?
For a holiday or anything?
I put it back.
Is there anything in? Okay, January. Oh, so we're good then. Okay. So we need a motion to continue this item to our January 13th work session. Would you like to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Motion from Liz, second from Armand. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Thanks for your time and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
To you.
Volunteer for TRC, and then motion to adjourn. And the TRC date is,
Which potentially we will be canceling that meeting. So if
How
you
is that?
volunteer, there's a chance you're gonna get out of it.
okay, a volunteer for a potential TRC that might be canceled. That's only because we don't know what's really in the queue,
switch.
right? Anybody? December 10th. You can choose morning or afternoon. Joe is going to volunteer. Thank you. Joe, motion to adjourn?
Thanks, Joe.
I'll make that motion.
Motion from Caper to adjourn, second? Second from Joe. Any further discussion?
Do we need to do any of this tonight?
Nope. All those in favor say aye. 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 Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned.